Gang of misfits and dope addicts are here.
Because on this day...
In 1944, Rick Ocasek. I looked it up.
Mm-hmm.
Ocasek.
That's a pretty good recording for 1944.
What? He was born in 1944.
Oh.
Yeah.
He died.
Yeah.
Just what I needed.
Oh, you're good.
It was one of the first videos, says here, to use computer-generated effects.
It was a wild video.
I don't recall it, so I'm going to watch it here in a second.
They put Rick's face on a fly.
Yeah.
And he flew around.
And then he was like on King Kong or something.
He was bugging a model. The model was like giant. And he was a fly.
She was King Kong.
Oh.
Yeah.
He was like... And then there was a part where they're floating on a sponge or something.
In the bathtub.
Yeah.
That sounds fun.
The whole band was there.
Gary.
So cool.
And he died alone.
Then he died.
Died alone.
Let the good times roll.
Was he, was Rick Ocasek not born in this country?
Let me look.
I
think he's an immigrant?
He's an immigrant?
I know he's of...
I think he was...
some descent, but...
He was born in Cleveland, Ohio.
So yeah.
So he wasn't born in this country.
But he is of Czech and Polish descent,
Yeah.
it says.
Yeah. I guess that's what I was remembering. And Paulina Poroskova got really kind of screwed over by him, apparently.
Yes.
She took care of him even after they were divorced.
Yes.
And he got sick.
Yes.
And he left her completely out of the will.
But she sued the estate and got something.
Did she get some?
Yeah.
Yeah. Maybe we shouldn't play his music
Best friend's
anymore.
girl.
We should stop playing the car's music because he was a jerk.
You think?
Well, she didn't deserve that.
I don't think so.
No, she didn't.
I mean, that's... Again, if you stop playing the music of
I like the
artists,
Nightlife Baby.
Stop playing the music of artists that have done bad things. We wouldn't play anything.
You'll have a very thin record collection.
That's right.
By the way, my Name That Tune never makes it to the podcast.
Really?
If you're hearing it live, that's all you're hearing.
Now, see, somebody told me that Farting Around does make it to the podcast.
So yesterday, because there was some debate, I went back and listened.
And?
It is a chopped up mess of... I actually don't know why anybody bothers to listen to the rest of the show if you start it with that.
Well then, why do we put it on there?
Because...
These are questions.
Should we just start without...
Now,
I don't
I'm
know.
starting to get some nods in the producer's booth.
It sounds like a chopped up weird...
I saw somebody say it's kind of fun to listen to it and try to figure out what songs they're referring to. Mm-hmm. So, I mean, because it should be obvious what we're doing, even if it's chopped up.
I know neither of you ever go back and listen.
No.
I would ask you to do that and then help us decide whether we should do that or not.
Okay. Would you send that to me in my email,
Since you're
Katie,
gone.
to make it easy?
It's not what. It could not be easier.
Oh, I don't.
Bill, you go.
I'd have to go to a different computer. And
No, you go to the app and it's right there.
I'm going to make an executive decision.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think Farting Around should be on the podcast.
Well, let's listen to it first.
Because, and here's why.
Yeah.
Because we start the show officially in the next break.
That is true.
With the intro and the sunrise
That's
and the
true.
sunset and what day it is.
I'm just wondering if we lose people on the podcast if they say, "Oh, Radio from Hell, I'm going to listen to that," and you listen to that first break and it makes no sense.
Gina, I would maintain that if people are listening to this where it makes some sense, we would lose them anyway.
So I'm going to say we don't include it in the podcast.
Farting Around is a treat for the live listeners.
Exactly. It's a treat for you tuning in live.
You want Farting Around, you got to be here in the morning.
All right. I think, okay, that makes good sense.
But I would say, seriously, you guys
now I don't have to. Now I don't have to. Because it's not going to be there. What will I listen to? It's not going to be there. And Katie, we want you to go back of every pocket and remove it, please.
She said no.
Every single one. Hey,
she never tells us
I'm your
no.
boss.
She never tells us no.
since farting around is gone.
That's a nice song. I like this one.
Yeah.
It's not one you hear very often.
No. Can't help it.
They are extremely recognizable.
Oh, yeah.
Their music is very recognizable.
Absolutely.
Even if you've never heard the song, you go, "Hey, that's the
I know,
Cars,
tonight
isn't
she
it?"
comes.
Oh, I should have played this one. I didn't even think about this one. I just grabbed You Might Think, just not even thinking. I grabbed You
They
Might
have
Think.
many hits.
What's the one that Benjamin Orr did?
He does lots of them.
Oh, wait, Drive.
Yeah.
Drive's the big one.
I really like that song a lot. Is that considered a car song?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, okay. You find me a little drive?
It's sad.
I really like
It's
this
a
song.
sad song.
It just has a great feel to it, though. This will not be on the podcast.
You can't go on thinking nothing's wrong. Who's gonna drive you home
Lovely.
tonight?
Now that one you may not
it
recognize
out.
as a car song, if you heard that. I mean, if you didn't know it, think
I don't know.
not quite carsy,
Yeah.
except they drive.
Dance all night, play all day. Don't let nothing get in the way.
Made a ton of money.
All night.
Didn't want to leave any of it to poor Paulina Porizkova.
We're a great band. No
Magic.
Deny. Hey, very good.
I got every one of them.
You have, haven't you?
I don't remember this one. I'll remember it when it starts.
You will once it starts.
Yeah.
Uh-oh.
No, that's,
No.
you're thinking of Best Friends Girl.
That's what but it sounds like that, doesn't it? See, car songs.
All right, let's see how close Best Friends Girl is. This one's got clapping. You should like it.
I do. I like songs with clapping. There should be clapping in every song.
Dancing down the street with his way blue eyes.
This has a sort of Lou Reed feel to it. Too.
Every new boy that you meet
Except it would be
know the real
doesn't know the real surprise. And here she comes again.
when she's dancing.
She's dancing beneath the starry skies.
That is exactly how it would be.
She'll make you flip.
No, it is not.
Yes, it is.
No,
He's
it
doing
is
a
not.
perfect Lou Reed.
It is not. He's doing an exaggerated Lou Reed.
It's kind of a Shatner, Lou Reed kind of a meld. She's my best friend's girl. She used to be mine. She's so fine.
mine. She's so fine. That's what he would sort of sing it. Well, there you go.
Now that
Yes.
was farting around.
This has been Farting Around with Carrie, Bill, and Gina on X96, Radio from Hell.
You won't hear it on the podcast.
Have
Nope.
to listen live.
Okay, we're going to officially begin the program, and that's what you'll hear on the podcast, the official beginning of the program. You won't even hear this on the podcast, but we will exhort you to check in with us. 877-602-9696 is the number to check in. Are you happy that you, live listeners, are the ones who get this little
Yeah.
extra? Or are you going to say to yourselves, you know, I'm just going to start listening to the podcast so I don't have to hear that anymore.
There you go.
877-602-9696. That's the number to call. Check in with the Radio from Hell show. We like to hear from you in the morning, so please do it. We'll give one of you random callers a Radio from Hell coffee mug. You can also text us.
Or do you want to go and find your metal cup?
I've got one on my desk, too.
Okay, let's go get that, and
Okay.
we'll give that away instead
Okay.
of the Radio from Hell regular coffee mug. We'll give you the special limited
Okay.
edition camping edition.
Metal one, yeah.
X96 Squatters Camping
All
Edition.
right. And you can also text us, 33986.
We know.
So the other day, my husband makes a pronouncement. Dr. Jones. He says, our family is going to start a new bedtime ritual. and it involves golden milk.
Do you do this while you're clothed?
Yes.
Okay.
And I said, what is golden milk?
Now, I've heard of it. Then you brought it up yesterday. And so I looked it up, and I bought the ingredients for it yesterday.
Because it sounds delicious, doesn't it?
Golden milk is a traditional Indian drink that has its roots in Ayurveda, health practices, ancient healing, a blend of hot milk and ground turmeric. Now, this recipe that I have, shall I read it and see if it's similar to your husband's?
Yeah, let's see what yours.
So it goes on to talk about the benefits of golden milk. Turmeric is a known anti-inflammatory.
Which is a good thing to have before bed.
Yeah. So you take a cup and a half of light coconut milk. Canned is best, but carton works fine, that says. 1.5 cups of unsweetened plain almond milk. 1.5 teaspoons of ground turmeric. A quarter teaspoon of ground ginger, or fresh if you would care to do that. There's a way to do that. 1 whole cinnamon stick. 1 tablespoon of coconut oil, and a pinch of black pepper. Then sweeten it with anything pretty much you like. It suggests here coconut sugar, stevia, I guess stevia is like non-caloric.
Yeah.
Right? Or maple syrup, which sounds kind of good to me.
We did honey with ours.
And then you just put it all together in a pan and heat it up and then drink it.
And a twist of black pepper, which sounds kind of weird.
No, that's what I read that.
Yeah, just on the to finish it on
black
on the
pepper.
top.
Sounds
And
good.
It's so you've bought it. You haven't made it yet.
I bought all the ingredients. I was going to make some last night, but I didn't do it.
It was delicious. However, it has turmeric in it.
Yeah.
Which stains everything it touches.
Yellow.
And I said to Mohammed, you have to drink this at the counter. You can't carry it into the living room. You can't take it to your room.
Yeah.
Your golden milk has to be. And he said, well, I want to go sit by the fire. And I can see what, because, yeah, you want to sip a little hot drink by the. No. You have to sit.
And
so
did he?
He did.
Okay.
And managed to stain things anyway.
And we all finished our golden milk, and we all liked it. There's something about it's the old thing of having a warm milk before bed. This
It
is
says
just
here it's creamy, comforting, coconutty, and it has a ginger-infused, slightly spicy and sweet flavor.
It's delicious. But I looked at all of our cups after,
Yes.
and they were all orange.
You need to use black cups.
And I said to the kids, if this becomes a nightly Jones family tradition, I'm going to have to supervise the drinking of it as well as the teeth brushing after it, because we're all going to end up with orange teeth if we're not careful.
Here's what you need to do is make sure you drink it. Use the same cups every time, so it doesn't matter if they're stained.
These are our turmeric golden milk.
These are the golden
bedtime.
milk cups.
Yeah, golden milk cups.
You know,
I can't wait to try it. I think I'll make some Indian food tonight and then have it after dinner.
I think you'll love it. And
it sounds great.
I actually took mine and had it in the bathtub and sipped it.
I told you have to have it at the counter. You cannot take it to the bathtub, as nice as that may be.
Yeah.
No,
it was.
I don't understand
lovely.
why there's a double standard for parents and children, and there just shouldn't be. That's not fair.
There shouldn't be?
No.
I paid for all the things in the house. If I spill turmeric on them, I paid for it.
If my kids spill turmeric, it's been a long-standing rule. If you spill turmeric on something, you pay for it. You turmericed it, you bought it.
So that's on a day like today when it's kind of snowy and overcast, just think of ending your day with a nice cup of golden milk.
Just look up golden milk. You'll find any number of recipes for
I've
it.
just come to the conclusion that your husband is a hippie that showers regularly.
Yes. He is.
Are you sure about the showering thing?
Yes. He is.
right, let's get this over with.
Now, this is the official beginning, or in a moment, it will be the official beginning of the Radio from Hell show. And then we'll go to your check-ins at 877-602-9696. I see some people are on the phone right now. I think there's a line open, so you could still get through. Give it a try. Here we go, the official beginning of the Radio from Hell show. Gina?
Toyota has 20 vehicles with available all-wheel drive, four-wheel drive. Visit your Utah Toyota dealer today. Toyota, let's go places.
The moon, well, let's see. The sun will set or rise at, it'll rise at 7:26, set at 7:42. The moon is waxing. It's 4.3% of full, and the moon will set today at 10:21 p.m. Today being Thursday. It's the 23rd day of March in the year of our Lord Jesus Christ, 2023. Gina, here's a countdown for you.
All right.
There are 91 days left until June 21st, which is National Cookie Dough Day. This holiday honors everyone's favorite treat, creamy, rich, and decadent cookie dough.
You know, just yesterday I was looking up recipes for edible cookie dough. Just yesterday.
And this is the, hey, that's the way the cookie crumbles edition of the show for people who feel like hell in the morning, featuring three extremely talented cookies. The Lords of Morning Radio, Carrie Jackson, Bill Allred, and Gina Barberi. Katie for short is our fine producer. Dawson is with us. Cameron Diaz is with us for the moment, but we're still trying to hire a new intern, and we need them desperately. I see some applications are coming in, so Radio from Hell at x96.com is where you apply for that.
All right.
All right?
Let's begin check-ins with, let's see, new guy Mark.
New guy. Hi, new guy.
Hey, everybody.
Mark, you're calling from Syracuse, is that correct?
That's right. Syracuse, Utah.
Okay.
Not Syracuse, New York. Yeah.
Yeah, not Syracuse, New York, or Syracuse someplace over in the old world.
Yeah.
I forget where it is, in Italy or something. So, Mark, it says here you're a new guy. Does that mean you're new to listening to the Radio from Hell show?
Oh, yeah. I've only been listening for a year, a little over a year now, I guess, since we moved here to Utah.
Where did you move from?
Texas.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Good. I'm glad you got out of there.
Yes.
Why did you move here, Mark?
Just a new job.
Okay.
Yep.
Do you work in Syracuse itself?
No, I'm actually commuting to Park City today.
Oh, all right. Say hi to Gwyneth Paltrow for us. will you?
Yeah,
she's
she's
up
up
there.
there.
Up there in
Yeah, I
the
was
court.
going to say, I got to watch my back up there, yeah.
Be careful.
Yeah.
She'll run
She'll
into you.
attack
As a matter of fact, I think she's tailgating me right now on the freeway.
Yes, she'll run into you.
Mark, thanks for listening to the show. Did you just find us accidentally, or did somebody you know here turn you on to the show?
No, I just was cruising through radio stations when we first moved here to see what was on. Heard you guys one morning and didn't change the dial, so.
I can't imagine why you decided to stay with us.
Well, I think we should reward that decision with a mug.
We'll give you that Radio from Hell coffee mug. How's that?
All right.
Oh, that sounds pretty cool.
All right.
Okay.
Hang on.
Hang on.
You'll have to come and pick it up. Hang on.
Katie will get it for you.
Let's go to Sheila.
Hi, Sheila.
Hi, good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning. You're going to work right now?
I am, and I just wanted to say your guys' fart drown is the only thing that gets me to work on time, because if I leave later than 6, I'll be late.
Mm-hmm.
So I always tune in and listen, so I really appreciate it.
Well, we're farting around just for you live on the radio is the only place you can get
Perfect.
farting around.
it's a good thing you don't depend on the podcast to get you to work, because farting around's not
Right.
going to be there anymore.
Right, yep. I've been
Thank
a
you,
long-time
Karen.
listener, like 25 years, so.
Well, thank you. Sheila, what kind of work do you do?
I work at the University of Utah.
Well, have a lovely day, and we'll talk to you again, I hope.
Great, thanks.
All right. Bye-bye.
Ready for the world?
Yes. Very
One
good.
hit wonder.
Now, will this be left off the podcast,
I don't know.
too?
I don't know.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah,
No,
see?
no, it
No,
won't be.
Katie says yeah.
No, because we're talking over it. So
Nope, doesn't
No,
matter.
it doesn't work that way.
No.
No?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
So you won't get this either.
I don't know.
877-6029. You better put Sheila on hold there.
I just don't. Yeah. Oh, did she get a prize?
No, well, or hang up on her. One of the two.
Oh, gee.
I got it. I got this.
Okay,
Carrie's flying the
I
ship.
just know they can hang there until I get around to them.
I just didn't want her to feel, as though she'd just been left out.
Oh.
The best way to do is just get rid of her.
Let's see. Amy from Florida. Farting around is one of the best parts of the show. Grateful I listen live. Wait a minute. I don't understand. If we can leave some of farting around on the podcast, but that part can't be?
There's no music on farting around.
No, we play. We talk about the artist and we play them.
Yeah, but
That's
they
why
cut
I'm
it
saying
out.
it doesn't make sense.
Oh, because they cut it
out.
all
They
up?
cut
Yeah.
cut all the music out.
Oh, okay.
And now they'll cut that out too.
Amy from Florida. Farting around is one of the best parts of the show. Grateful I listen live.
Thanks, Amy.
Mark means he's from Sarah Cruz. Sarah Cruz?
I don't know what that means.
I don't know. Brian checking in. I think everyone should hear farting around. Keep it on the podcast. It's just got to chop it all up. Hello, yeah, what question, since I can't listen live? How did the sunrise, sunset, moon phase, etc. come to be a part of the show?
Well, I just started out doing the moon because lots of radio morning shows do sunrise. We'll have the sunrise.
And we love the moon.
We do.
So I started adding the sun recently, and I'm not sure why. I just did.
All right. Salem Steve checking in. I, for one, believe farting around is essential for strong bones and regular digestive discharge.
Lunch lady Katie checking in. Spaghetti for lunch today with perfectly cooked pasta.
Paschetti.
But let's see. Listening to farting around on the front runner. Love the show. Teacher Emily checking in. Farting around is one of my favorite parts of the show. I'm sad when I miss it. Johnny B checking in. We are in the middle of a week's worth of palindrome truncated dates.
Huh?
Oh, it's 3232023. That's what.
I see. Okay.
Let's see. Logan the welder checking in, installing artwork outside today. And this is a person listening in Jacksonville. He says, I didn't ever see Festus at all. I'm beginning to think he's not here.
Festus, are you in Jacksonville?
Well, I think look harder.
He's tall.
Yeah,
he
he
should
is.
stand out, and
He's tall, and he looks like a dental technician.
All right, traffic, please.
Let's see. Only one lane of pavement is visible in Provo Canyon. So be aware of that. Lots of wet roads along the Wasatch Front. Snow and higher elevations, but so far, no accidents. So that's the good news. If you see something, you can say something. You can text us 33986. Toyota has 20 vehicles with available all-wheel drive, four-wheel drive. Visit your Utah Toyota dealer today. Toyota, let's go places.
All right. Let's see what we got going here. Coming up on the program, of course, Boner of the Day on the way. We've got, let's see, Geek News coming up. Beat Gina.
Our prizes today for Beat Gina and Frank Christ are tickets to see The Cure.
For which
Nice.
one?
I don't know. You'll just have to listen.
Okay.
And Three Doors Down.
Well, you decide because it's Pretty Woman trivia.
And Gina,
That should be a really good
Gina,
prize.
please. 3 Doors Down with Candlebox.
With Candlebox, you're right.
Don't leave it out.
It's
Okay.
essential.
Yes. All right. Let's get going then, shall we? Salt Lake Film Society.org, slfs.org.
What a great place it is at the Broadway theaters there. It's independent film, and they show mainstream movies there as well, but
Oh, yeah.
a lot of offbeat kind of interesting documentaries and independent films.
And they have different programs. Like their program right now, all through the month of March, is Killer Cars and Joyrides.
Ooh.
This is all your favorite 60s and 70s classic car films like Bullet, Two Lane Blacktop, and Grand Prix.
I've not seen Bullet on the big screen.
Oh, I
seen
did
it on
when
television.
I saw it at a drive-in. So listen, support the Salt Lake Film Society. Become part of the Red Carpet Club. When you're a subscriber, your donation supports enriching programs. Plus, you get special events and concessions perks, and they have great concessions at the Broadway. So it's slfs.org for ticket times, show times, and tickets, and also information on how to be a member of the Red Carpet Club, slfs.org.
have
You what?
one of those,
Things?
you know.
That. Oh, those.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's Radio from Hell with another list, because people love a good list. X96.
My guess is, as I read this list, the list is people you didn't know were in Marvel movies. Carrie Jackson is going to say.
Well, we'll see.
Okay.
I'll bet there's at least one on this list that I don't know.
Okay. I will read the name of the person, and we'll see if you know which one they're in.
Okay.
Elizabeth Banks.
Elizabeth Banks is in Doctor Strange.
This says she was in the Spider-Man trilogy.
Oh,
She played J. Jonah Jameson's assistant.
yes.
Yeah,
at
okay.
the Daily Bugle.
That's right. Toby Maguire's Spider-Man.
Yes, back then. Okay, so you said MCU. I didn't count those.
Oh,
I didn't
okay.
either.
Yeah.
Donald Glover,
Yep.
Yes, he's also in a Spider-Man.
Spider-Man Homecoming.
Yes.
Mhm.
His ice cream melts.
He plays the character who would eventually become the Prowler in the
Yes.
comics.
Kevin Smith.
Yes, he's in Daredevil.
Yep, very good.
He's the guy running the not the mortuary, but the
The forensic assistant.
forensic assistants. Yes.
This one surprised me. I bet you don't know this one. Jenna Ortega.
This I do. Oh, wait.
'Cause she, she was Wednesday.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah.
New Mutants? No.
No, that was Arya from
Oh, okay.
which one?
She was 11 years old.
Oh,
Wow.
It was her film debut.
okay.
She played the vice president's daughter in Iron Man 3.
Oh, I never saw that one. Okay.
Oh,
that
it's a
makes
good
sense.
one.
Okay.
It's a
But
good
she
one,
was
yeah.
little kid.
Oh,
her
okay.
very first movie.
Well, now I got to go back
Wow.
and look and see if it looks like little Wednesday Addams.
It will. She's so pretty.
Hannibal Buress.
Hannibal Buress is also in the Spider-Man movies.
Yes.
Yes, he's the coach.
Danny Pudi.
Danny
He was
Pudi.
Abed on Community.
In Community. Yes, he was in. Oh, I can see him. Not Daredevil. But he's in
No?
one of the no. What was he in? I know he's in
Captain America, Winter Soldier.
Winter Soldier.
He played like a comms
That's right.
tech.
He was in the Triskelion. Yeah, that was destroyed. Yes.
Let's see. We have Sean Gunn.
That is James Gunn's brother, who is the stand-in for Rocket Raccoon when they shoot.
Oh, okay.
And he's also a character in Guardians of the Galaxy. And for the life of me, I can't remember the name right now, but Kraglin.
Yeah, very good. You got
Wow.
You got all of that.
Thank you.
Tim Heidecker.
Tim Heidecker is in. He's a guide. He's a tour guide of some kind. I can't remember which.
You got
movie.
it. Ant-Man and the Wasp.
Ant-Man and the Wasp. Oh, that's it. Yeah, because he's at the San Francisco Harbor. I love those Ant-Man movies.
Whaleboat Captain.
Yes.
He was also in Fantastic Four in 2015. He played Reed Richards' father in a flashback.
Wow.
Ben Falcone and Melissa McCarthy.
Oh, yes. It was a little cameo thing.
Mm-hmm.
I can't remember.
They requested it because they love the movie so much.
Which one?
Thor: Love and Thunder.
Oh, that's right. They were in the play.
They were in the Asgardian theater troupe.
Yes.
Which
in
is
the play
funny.
where everybody plays. There's
Yeah,
you have a Hemsworth playing
Yeah.
Thor, and yeah,
it's funny.
Ben Affleck's there.
Trevor Noah.
This one I'm not sure.
What?
Trevor Noah
Mm-hmm.
I can't think of it.
can't place it.
It's
No.
a voice actor.
It's voice.
Oh,
okay.
okay.
All right. Well, that's
So is that Into the Spider-Verse then?
No.
Oh.
He's in Black Panther. He's the voice. So when
Oh,
Martin
oh,
Freeman is
yeah.
flying the
he's
plane,
the voice of the ship.
Yeah,
he's
I
the
knew this.
voice of the
Okay.
ship. Matt Damon.
Matt Damon is in the Thor movies in the players that do the plays for Asgard in
Yeah.
both the third and the fourth.
And he's also in Deadpool 2.
Yes.
He plays an unrecognizable rambling redneck with a gut and a southern accent and a
Yes.
long wig. And
Yes, that's
All
Matt
right.
Damon.
Nathan Fillion.
Nathan Fillion does. I know he does voice work on the first Guardians. He's a prisoner, And he also does another voice bit,
MODOK.
but he's also in, well, it's not MCU. He's in Suicide Squad.
Oh, yeah, they don't list
He
that
is
here.
Arm Fall-Off Boy
Well, Suicide Squad is DC. So.
in the Suicide Squad, which is DC.
Last one, Richard E. Grant.
He is in Loki.
Oh, well, you just got that right.
He is-
Harry, you did very well.
He's
with
got this.
He is old Loki.
Yeah. He plays an alternate version of Loki. Yeah. So, wow. Very, very well done, Carrie Jackson.
This ain't paying my bills, is it?
No. Nope.
Nope.
If it was, you'd win.
I'd have to push stuff out of my head to remember these things.
I'm impressed, though.
When's
You
my-
did well, too,
I
Katie.
knew
You
some of them. There's
them.
a lot of Marvel movies out there.
Mhm.
There are. And they just keep getting better. And we got the new Ant-Man coming up. And,
Mm-hmm.
I'm looking forward to all of these. Well, thank you.
We hope you'd enjoyed another list with Radio from Hell on X96.
Eight. 6:13:09 right now. Big Boy News and Opinnuendo brought to you by...
The Downtown Winter Market opens Saturdays at the Gateway, 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. Shop fresh produce, meats, unique gift ideas in the craft market. More information at slcfarmersmarket.org.
I watched this trailer this morning without any sound because, I didn't want to wake people up. And but I watched the trailer or parts of it for Renfield.
All right, I'll just put this...
which explores the toxic relationship between Nicholas Hoult as Renfield and Nicolas Cage as Count Dracula. And all I will say about it is Nicolas Cage looks incredible as Dracula. Like way over the top and really, really fun. What's happened to Pat Sajak? He seems to have gone nuts. Did you see this?
No, I don't pay attention to Pat Sajak.
He during Tuesday's episode of Wheel of Fortune, a game show player named Fred revealed that he's a man of many talents, which includes being a drama teacher, a bar mitzvah host, and he's a part-time professional wrestler. Now, while he admitted he gets paid very little to participate in professional wrestling, Fred said he wrestles for the fun of it. Well, Wheel of Fortune showcased the players' successful puzzle wins for the night on their official YouTube channel during their Hawaiian-themed show, and he did very, very well. He won a lot of prizes on Wheel of Fortune, and Pat Sajak sort of was odd about it. He said, well, just because he's a professional wrestler, will you want me to body slam him for you, the game show host said. And then he went over and started trying to Pat Sajak is 78. And he went over and started trying to wrestle this guy to the ground. I think he's snapped. I think he's
might be time to be done.
Yeah, I think he's kind of done. This is an awful story here in the news, local news. A man was arrested in Woods Cross yesterday for allegedly putting secret cameras in a unisex bathroom at his business, USA Gymnastics World.
Oh, so
in
lots
Woods
of
Cross.
kids
Yeah.
in there.
Adam Richard Jacobs was arrested on 15 counts of voyeurism by electronic equipment concealed or disguised, as well as 25 counts of sexual exploitation of minors. Jacobs was booked into the Davis County Jail. According to the arrest record, Jacobs intentionally placed a camera disguised as a charging block for a cell phone in the unisex restrooms of USA Gymnastics World. The device included a micro SD card that held over 500 files. The micro SD card had footage of over 70 individuals, most of them children. The arrest record states it captured many of them using the toilet or undressing. Other footage showed Jacobs putting up the camera in the boys' locker room as well as in the bedroom of his own home.
Put him in prison.
During a search of Jacobs' home and business, multiple SD cards, cell phones, additional disguised cameras were found. Many of the storage devices contained more footage of victims.
Is Jacobs a drag performer?
No.
Not that I'm aware of.
Just checking.
Not that I'm aware of.
All right, just checking.
Woods Cross police officers have requested no bail for Jacobs. He's the owner and trainer of the facility where the hidden cameras were placed.
Don't ever let him
and
out.
the police are trying to contact, it's been open for years, so police are trying to kind of track down people who have, had kids there. Social media companies are killing our kids, says Governor Spencer Cox. And he brushed off concerns that a pair of bills aimed to curb minors' use of social media may run afoul of First Amendment protections, telling reporters on Thursday that he intends to sign the legislation and looks forward to defending the bills from a likely legal challenge. One of the bills requires social media companies to verify the age of all users from Utah before they can access their platforms, and also it requires them to obtain consent from parents before a minor can open an account, and puts other restrictions on how the account can be used. And then another bill prohibits social media companies from using design or features that cause a minor to become addicted to their service, which, how do you show that? I mean, that's a little vague, isn't it?
And the other thing they're looking at is social media companies are going to have to prove that they're not harmful to kids.
Yeah.
You can't prove something didn't happen.
And-
you
and-
can't prove
And this,
a negative.
Yeah, and this thing he's signing will be thrown out.
At his monthly news conference, Cox said he's not worried if there's a legal challenge. Now, listen to this exchange. This guy is a First Amendment attorney, Ari Cohen. And on Wednesday, Cohen quoted a previous post that he'd made, arguing that these two Utah bills violate the First Amendment and implied that Governor Cox should veto both pieces of legislation. Quote, he must now decide whether to do what is right or what is politically expedient, Cohen wrote. Spencer Cox responds, and this is all on Twitter, I can't wait to fight this lawsuit. You're wrong, and I'm excited to prove it. Dreadfully disappointing that you think that the government can condition the First Amendment rights of anyone under the age of 18 on the prior consent of a parent. Utahns deserve better, Cohen replied. And you deserve better legal counsel, the government responded a moment later. And then Cohen responded, indeed. What could I, a mere First Amendment lawyer, know about such things?
Exactly.
At which point, Spencer Cox ended the exchange on Twitter.
Yeah.
He said, see you in court, is what he said.
See you in court.
There's no way to do this.
He's going to get his ass kicked.
And kids aren't going out and buying phones. Parents buy phones for the kids. And there are already plenty of restrictions you can put on their phone before you hand it to them.
That would require parents to parent.
You can make it so any app they want to put on their phone, you have to okay it. It already exists.
This is not the first time Utah lawmakers have attempted to restrict or regulate social media. In 2021, Senator Mike McKell tried to do something of a similar nature. In the spring of 2021, Stuart Adams, Senate President, wanted to lead a multi-state effort to regulate how social media companies regulate content. Later in 2021, lawmakers threatened to raise taxes on social media companies if they didn't, and none of that went anywhere.
Exactly.
And this is not to say that I think social media is great for kids.
It's terrible.
It's terrible, and there are ramifications, but you have the choice whether you let your kids
I was going to
look
say,
at it or not.
this precludes. These are private companies, and you don't have to go to them. You don't have to do.
No.
See, Spencer, you're going to lose.
After a shooting of two faculty members at a Denver high school yesterday, authorities have found a male body about 0.2 of a mile from a vehicle connected to the suspect. We have not identified the body at this time, said Park County Sheriff Tom McGraw. A shelter-in-place alert for Park County residents near where they found the suspect's SUV, about 50 miles southwest of Denver, is no longer active, according to the sheriff. A few hours after the shooting at East High School in Denver, the police tweeted a photo of a suspect identified as 17-year-old Austin Lyle. Again, they're not sure that the body they found is Austin Lyle, but I think
It's
that
close to the car that was
and,
his.
the shooting of 2 faculty members. A Utah man, Gina, this is a story for you.
Okay.
It can confirm one of your many fears.
Oh, good.
A Utah man is alive, but he was bitten 2 times by a shark in Hawaii over the weekend.
See?
The man who is 62
You know where that
years,
doesn't happen?
The man who is 62 years old was swimming about 200 yards offshore on Hawaii Island on Sunday when he felt the shark bite. First, the shark bit his left hand, and then while the man was trying to fight back, bit his left knee. A nearby vessel took the man to shore, officials reported, met by first responders who transported him to the hospital. Then they put up some signs saying, "Shark sighted," and posted them on the beach there, but no other sharks were
You can't
spotted.
close the beach?
The man's condition, they didn't close it. They just put up warning signs. The extent of his injuries and identity not made immediately available.
It's not a boat accident.
A woman has been arrested in Salt Lake because she attacked another woman with a head of lettuce. 43-year-old woman was arrested Saturday after hitting the woman in the face with a head of lettuce. The suspect also reportedly grabbed a necklace from a third person and punched that person in the eye. The woman was booked into jail on charges of assault with iceberg lettuce.
I was going to say, did they say what kind of lettuce?
Iceberg.
Iceberg it's the firmest lettuce. That's a more dangerous lettuce than, say, like an arugula or something.
Or, maybe so they were mistaken. Maybe it was a head of cabbage. That would be worse.
That would be
even worse.
A head of cabbage is nice and solid, man.
And a man says that he has managed to visit all 12 Disney parks. All 12, I didn't know there were that many, around the world in 12 days.
Why would you bother?
I don't know.
What, did you walk in the door and then leave? Or stand out front and wave and then get in your plane?
Says to prove his dedication, he made it to all. He made it onto all 216 operating rides.
What?
Oh, here's what. So here's the.
He rode every ride?
He visited all 12 Disney parks around the world in 12 days, but I think not in 12 consecutive days.
Oh, okay. Well, then that's not a thing.
You know what is a thing? This is a sports story, if I may pivot.
Oh, is it time?
Yeah.
Okay. Sports weather traffic.
A Ski Utah group
Yes.
needed just 20 hours to visit all 15 Utah ski resorts in one day. And they skied one run at each resort.
And then went to the next.
But if you think about it, we're not just talking about, your Ogden Valley resorts and your Cottonwoods. And they went all the way down to Eagle Mountain.
Now, that's more
and
impressive
Brian
than this,
Head.
than
That's
this
what I'm
Disney
saying.
guy.
In one day, they managed to ski one run at all 15 in Park City. Even they went to Nordic Valley. Every single one.
I'm going to pivot back. This indicates that he did this in 12 consecutive days.
But how do you ride all the rides?
It says he made it onto all 216 operating rides across the 12 parks.
I don't know how you do that and make flights and...
I don't know.
It
There's
requires more investigation.
Yeah, there's something up with that story. All right. Well, there was part of sports. You have more sports?
Yeah, the other part of sports, I tweeted this out, and it's just wonderful. So Utah Valley University, they've made it to the NIT.
The NIT.
National Invitational Tournament.
Yeah, and actually they won last night, 74-68 over Cincinnati. They play next on Tuesday, but the video is awesome. So the president of UVU, her name's Dr. Astrid Jimenez. She's at the game wearing the colors, that bright green color, and she's got pom-poms, and she's dancing. She's the president of the university, just celebrating their
So she's like a human.
Well, you usually think the president of the university is is going to be
More harumph?
Yes, no, she is into it.
Okay.
Sweet 16 today. You've got Michigan State and Kansas State. You've got Arkansas and UConn, Gonzaga and UCLA, and Florida Atlantic and Tennessee. That's the Sweet 16 today. Weather. So we're atmospheric rivering again today. Rain and snow, depending on where you are, expected throughout the day today into tonight. Actually, we get cold enough tonight, it could be snow down here in the valley tonight and into Saturday, it looks like. High today of 46, so it'll stay rain during the day today for sure. Traffic, this weather is probably affecting your commute, if nothing else slowing you down, or you should slow down so you're not kicking up spray, bothering folks behind you. But so far, we still don't have any accidents being reported. Let me check our message stream. Nope, nothing there. But if you see something, you can say something like somebody says, raining heavy, West Point, Emerson. Thank you for sending that in. 33986 is where you do that.
All right. Thank you very much. Geek News Now brought to you by.
If you're into Magic, Dungeons and Dragons, or Pokemon, Haster has it. Haster also has dice, miniatures, lots of entertaining board games. Go check them out. Haster Games, 6831 South State, open Monday through Sunday. Get store hours and more at hastergames.com.
All right. Let's see. Now, I saw this yesterday after we got off the show, and I started doing a little prep work, and I didn't think it was a big deal. Okay, that's nice.
Okay.
But then I, later in the day, checked Geek Twitter and Geek social media and Geek news sites, and everyone was excited about this. So I will bring it to you.
Okay.
The Mighty Morphin Power Rangers are back.
Okay.
Celebrating the 30th anniversary of the 90s action series. Now, why this is different is because it's the original cast members of the Power Rangers.
Power Rangers in a retirement home.
Well, yes. They are of a certain age now.
Yeah.
But it's a special that's coming on Netflix called Once and Always.
Okay.
Mighty Morphin Power Rangers Once and Always. And it's the return of the original cast members and, in my opinion, more importantly, the return of the greatest villain of the Mighty Morphin Power Rangers, Rita Repulsa. Because, well, here we are.
After all these years, I found a new body.
Rita Repulsa? No, it can't be.
It's time for revenge!
And she apparently kills one of the Power Rangers.
Mom, we gotta destroy her.
This is Ranger business, okay? Let's
Ranger
sort this out.
business.
Rita's creating a time portal.
I'll kill you before Zorda makes you Ranger.
We gotta make sure Rita doesn't hurt anybody else.
Attention, Power Rangers! Get to your assigned stations now!
See, so that's how they do it. I see, because you can't. They're not in shape, all right. They're not going to look good in the costumes.
No.
But if you take them back in time, then you can young them up.
Got it.
And you bring back the old
Got
costumes
it.
and you can do it.
Okay.
Sure, it makes sense now. They come face to face with the familiar threat of the past. Once a Ranger, always a Ranger. On Netflix, April 19th. So there you go.
It's a big mistake.
Oh, they get to do a little karate, not in Power Rangers costumes, so that ought to be amusing.
Slowly.
Slowly. But they form into a Megazord, so that's all you need. Another show coming to Netflix, and this one I really enjoyed. It's been away for a while. It's season 2 of a show called Sweet Tooth.
Oh, yeah.
Now, this is
I forgot about that.
based on a comic book by Jeff Lemire.
Yeah, I watched that.
And season 2 is on its way, and they have a trailer for it here. You can
You
go
really liked that.
I did like it a lot. Yeah.
Glass men. They've got my kids. I need your help.
So it's these animal-human hybrids in a post-apocalyptic,
Isn't he
future.
kind of like a deer?
He's got deer horns,
Yeah.
yeah. But there are other animal kids. There's my favorite, the little otter kid, and there's an elephant kid, and yeah.
But I am done hiding!
Now, it is kind of a complicated plot, and I would suggest if you haven't seen it, Go watch season 1. I think it's only like 8 episodes. But season 2 is on April 27th, and it comes back.
Didn't it have kind of a weird ending? I seem to remember being disgruntled about the ending.
Yeah, it was a cliffhanger.
Yeah.
It was a cliffhanger because they captured the kid. They captured the deer boy.
Oh, that's right.
And took him to their laboratory to do experiments on him. It's tough to watch.
Okay.
Because
it's kids.
It's kids.
Yeah.
And they're part animal. And they're doing experiments on them.
Okay.
So it's tough to watch, but a good show. So give it a shot. The blame game has begun of Shazam: Fury of the Gods, because it did not do well at the box office.
Nope.
And the the director, David F. Sandberg, said that his latest movie was his lowest critic score, but his highest audience score at 87%. So the people who are going to see it are enjoying it.
Okay.
And I've talked to a couple of people who've seen it. They enjoyed it.
Okay. It's getting people to go in the first place.
That's the problem, is that apparently they're blaming the advertising or lack thereof.
The marketing.
Now, I saw plenty of
Yeah.
it, but there are some people who said, I never saw ads for it at all. Yeah, so there's that. Rachel Ziegler, who is in the movie, said some people are out there just being senselessly mean and it's unnecessary. Well, that's a DC fan, I'm afraid. And if you can't handle the heat and all that, I know, you're right, but our film is actually very good. I guess it's just cool to hate on fun nowadays, she said. And Zachary Levi is saying, part of the problem was meddling from The Rock.
Why did The Rock have anything to do with it?
Well, apparently the Justice Society, which was in Black Adam,
right,
was supposed to appear in this movie at the end, saying, hey, Shazam, come and join the Justice Society.
Oh, like the credits.
And apparently The Rock put the kibosh on that, according to Zachary Levi. So between the infighting and all the... it's just got all kinds of problems over there at Warner Brothers. I guess it's good James Gunn is coming in and cleaning the pieces off the board and starting over. Traffic.
It's a fast-moving snow squall coming through Davis County right now. It's blanketing the roads really quickly. Hillfield Road is snow-packed right now in Layton. That just happened in the last few minutes. Most other places, roads are just wet. Unless you're in the higher elevations where it's snowing, but no accidents being reported as of yet. Let me check our message stream. Yeah, heavy snow in Weber Canyon, someone's saying. Be careful when you're texting and driving. Heavy snow on Highway 89 from South Ogden to Kaysville. Lots of you stuck in that. Thank you for taking a second and letting us know. Just make sure it's safe when you're texting 33986.
Yes. All right. Let's take a break. We will be back. We got Boner of the Day coming up. Stand by. KXRK Provo.
The X96 1K a day is coming. Win 1,000.
Radio from Hell with Carrie, Bill, and Gina. 96.3 FM, X96.
I got caught in an embarrassing moment this morning.
Oh, good. I can't wait to hear.
Here at work. Already, I've been at work about an hour now, and already caught in an embarrassing moment.
Are you saving it?
No, I'll tell you right now. I came in the back door, as I always do. I kind of hope Chris is listening. I don't know Chris's last name.
Mancow.
Yeah, Chris
Yeah,
Mancow.
sure.
Yeah. So Chris is a board operator here in the building, and he tends to another radio station. He's a very nice guy, very quiet guy, very shy, I believe. Probably, if he's hearing this, is embarrassed to hell that I'm even mentioning him on the radio. He's a very shy guy. So I come in the building this morning, and I'm walking down the long corridor there, and there down at the end of the corridor is a copy machine, and on the copy machine is sitting a big. It's like a briefcase, suitcase kind of thing.
Okay.
It looks like a toolbox, but not metal. It's a cord,
Okay.
fabric kind of stuff. What do they call that? Cordova. No. Anyway. So it's a big case with buckles on it and everything. And it's sitting there it's just out of place. It's odd. I've never seen it sitting there before. It's sitting, what is that? I think to myself. So then I think,
how curious were you?
I open it up and start rifling through it. Look at this. Look at this. And I mean, there was nothing particularly strange.
Wait a minute,
in there.
you saw someone's luggage lying around and you just opened it?
Well, yeah.
Didn't you learn anything from the announcements at the airport?
Or anything from the Dick Van Dyke Show.
God.
But I thought in my mind, maybe the reason I opened it is I thought, I wonder if because it looks like one of those things that the copy guy brings with his tools in it.
Okay.
To repair the copier. But I start going through it, and it's obviously somebody's briefcase. It's got some CDs in there, library books. There's an orange in there. I went through it pretty extensive. No, I didn't.
Sounds like you cataloged all of the stuff in there.
This is all stuff that I could sort of see right there. And as I'm kind of going through it, Chris comes up the hall the other way and goes, hey, that's mine. And I went,
I'm sorry.
I thought it was the copy guys.
Because if it was the copy guys, that would have been okay to go.
Well, it was my duty to investigate as a junior TSA trainee.
TSA, which really does mean to stand around. I'm just convinced of it.
No, so sorry. I apologize to Chris, and I'll apologize again. But just I'm just standing there going through his stuff, and here comes the shyest guy in the building, going, "Hey!"
X96.3 and X96.com.
Uh, 7:05.
I think it's list time.
Is it?
I think so.
It's Radio from Hell with another list, because people love a good list. X96.
I have a file that says lists, lists, lists. And in that file, I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 13 different possibilities for a list. And I know that it's still in there, and I know you guys won't let me do it. 28 sauces that will transform any meal.
Well, if
still
we have
in
time.
there.
How about if we have time?
Still
if we
in
have
there.
Time at the end.
Now, here's another one. This is a new one, but I bet you won't let me do this one. 12 ways to incorporate dates into your daily life.
I don't want to incorporate dates.
Well, what if there were 12?
I can't imagine a universe where I would want more dates.
8 drinks that make you poop immediately?
No.
Well,
no? Carrie.
Some people may need that.
How about this? How about the 8 best and 5 worst foods to get when ordering takeout?
Oh, yeah, okay. This is a conversation my wife and I have all the time. because we debate whether something, as we put it, will travel well.
Yes, exactly. And I think you'll see this list probably conforms to many things that you've already discussed.
Yeah,
Yes.
my number one not travel well food.
Well, wait, why don't you want to wait and see if it's on the list?
Okay.
You know, let's just see, and then go, aha, okay? So, these are the best. Number one, Thai food. We order Thai takeout fairly often.
Yeah, there's and as a matter of fact, I drive out to the west side of town to get our Thai
You
food.
go pick it up.
Yeah, and it travels just fine.
Yeah, it does.
It just depends on what you order.
Yeah, but most of it travels quite well. Shrimp rolls and you know, all pad Thai and all of that stuff. Number two, this is an obvious one. Pizza.
Pizza travels well.
Travels well, easy delivery. You get it from Grubhub and it'll be fine.
I thought these were foods to avoid.
No, these are the best ones too.
The best ones.
Yeah, these are the best. There are 8 best and 5 worst.
Oh,
on the
okay.
list, okay. All right. Number 3 best, burritos.
Burritos.
Yeah. No, burritos. Burritos I wouldn't.
You
I
wouldn't get
wouldn't
a
do.
burrito?
No, I would not. I don't think burritos travel well. Great option for burgers.
No, I disagree.
I
won't do burgers.
I
No.
kind of disagree too. I do it occasionally, but
Once in a great while, we'll do Lucky 13.
There needs to be a third list, because there's so takeout to me says you get it at the restaurant, you drive it home and eat it at home.
Mm-hmm.
There's also the eat it in your car list. Now, you can eat a burger in your car.
I did that yesterday and I hated it. Number 5, chicken sandwiches and nuggets. We get chicken sandwiches from Pretty Bird, and we go pick.
They travel.
My wife usually picks them up, or they're great. Number 6, this is odd, but I guess it's true. Hash browns. But when I'm gonna get Grubhub to deliver me a big box of hash browns.
If you do McDonald's and you get the McDonald's hash brown,
It says here, chances are if you're getting takeout, you're in the mood for something warm and carb heavy.
Yeah.
Crunchy, perfectly greasy potatoes would be. It says that people order hash browns for delivery even more than cheeseburgers and breakfast items. So apparently people order just hash browns. Number 7 travels well. Most Mexican food. I don't know why they put that in. Also burritos and Chinese food.
Okay.
And
Yeah, all those.
Chinese food is like the the quintessential takeout.
Sure.
Yes. Now we haven't hit yours yet, have we?
No.
Well,
'Cause these are
we
the-
need to get to the not good.
Okay, here's the worst things.
That's what she was talking
Yeah.
about.
for takeout, and it's a takeout or delivery. Eggs,
Oh, no.
eggs of any kind.
No.
I guess hard-boiled eggs you could do, but
Nobody's
I don't
ordering
know why you-
DoorDash
Yeah,
hard-boiled
I
eggs.
don't know why you would.
That's
but-
not a thing.
Yeah, but any kind of an egg dish, you just don't.
Yeah.
you shouldn't.
No.
Now we have done this. We do this takeout, and it seems fine to us. But sushi.
We do sushi, but only if I am picking it up and taking it home
Yeah.
immediately.
Yeah.
We won't do Grubhub or anything like
No,
that.
that's how we. If we pick it up.
Yeah.
Here's one that I insist we can never do: pho.
No.
That's got to be hot,
And it's because
Plus
you
it's
spill
fluid.
it, and
Yeah, it's a lot of fluid.
Just awful. Number 12, worst: French fries.
Yes.
Right there.
Unless
Is
you're
that yours?
eating them in your car,
Is that the
hot,
one?
hot. Yeah, French fries. 10 minutes after they come out of the oil, they're no good. You've got to have them immediately.
Now, so we have ordered, and I won't name the place because they don't advertise. Well, it doesn't matter. Tony Burger. We order. Sometimes we have that takeout. We go pick it up. The burgers are fine,
Yep.
but when you get the French fries
Nope.
home, So what you do is put them in the air fryer.
Oh, of course.
And
yeah.
it crisps them right up. So that works. Let's see. Number 13, worst: anything having to do with ice cream or milkshakes.
Well,
Oh, God, no.
Yeah, not good.
Although we did have Grubhub deliver milkshakes once.
You did?
Yes. And it went as you would expect.
Not good. Okay, that's the whole list. But so are there items that are you
like
all...
I said, there should be a third list
Okay.
of eat it in your car.
Oh.
Because burgers and fries are fine in your car.
I disagree.
Now back to pho. Apparently, there's a couple, some friends of ours who get takeout from a place, and they separate the broth from the noodles, and the broth is sealed up nice and tight.
Oh, and then you
so if you can
assemble it when you get home.
if you can find a place that will do that, then you could do pho.
Yeah, and any kind of soupy thing though, just pretty much avoid takeout. And I disagree about eating in your car. That's just not.
Sometimes it's the only way that eating is going to happen is if it's in your car.
Well, I have a story coming up about eating in my car.
Oh, okay.
Which is
because so often it's we have 20 minutes between now and soccer and school and getting here to there, and if you're going to eat, it's happening in the car, and that's.
Well, hopefully you're not eating in your car this morning, right,
No,
Gina?
there's a snow squall moving across Lake right now. It's quickly covering the roads with snow, making it very slick for folks on Highway 89 and multiple side streets. Actually, we've heard from several friends of the program. Nobody else on Highway 89 text us. I want you to keep both hands on the wheel because we've heard from several people that are experiencing that. Now, surprisingly, I have no reports of accidents yet. So let's see if we can keep it that way. I'm looking at UDOT. Yeah, nothing there, and you haven't texted any in. But if you see something, you can say something. 33986 is where you
All right, thank you.
All right, we got boners coming up. Here are the boner candidates you'll be voting for. Number one, I think we should give him credit for being persistent. Number two, sick of prison food, or you just broke out of jail. What are you going to do next? And boner candidate number three, hey, this is just a bag of rocks.
All right, we got boner of the day, big boy news, all coming up. Stand by for that. Let's get Michael on the phone from Feast Box. You don't need to do takeout.
Hey, Michael.
He'll bring it to you.
Good morning.
You know, you might have just heard that list we were doing about foods that travel well and for delivery, and it's great that we're talking to you about Feast Box because all the food you guys offer travels great.
It does. And yes, I did hear that list, and I could not agree more about the milkshakes.
But what the sort of food that Feastbox does, you focus mainly on barbecue styles. And what are the three different styles of barbecue you guys do?
We do. We have Hawaiian barbecue, Korean barbecue, and Texas barbecue.
And there are different sides based on the style that you can get with those.
There are. So you'll find a Korean slaw, regular slaw, beans, rice, all the things that you'd expect. And again, yeah, they do travel well, and everybody can get those through DoorDash as well as Uber Eats. But did want to make a special announcement that we are actually going to be opening 8 Utah restaurant locations.
Wow!
Here in the next couple months.
Oh, impersonating.
That's great news.
Great. Well, we'll learn
so
more.
So not only can you get them online, you can order your catering through us. We're already doing that through Seven Ghost Kitchens. But you'll be able to come into our restaurants here in the very near future and sit down and have a fresh one.
Well, let's talk some more about that next time we talk to you, Michael. It's Feastbox. Go to feastbox.com.
I was at the grocery yesterday, and I wanted to buy just one item, a little button battery. It was for a garage door opener.
Okay.
And I had cash money with me, which I don't normally have.
I don't ever have cash money.
I had a $20 bill, which I had gotten to take on the road when I went on, a little vacation there. Thought, so, you have a little cash just in case. So I had a $20 bill, which I promptly forgot about and left home in my pants pocket.
Oh, man.
So I didn't even take it with me on vacation. But so I thought, I'm going to use this 20 to buy this little battery.
Okay.
$6, I think it is. So and I'm standing in the checkout line, and I see a magazine. And I said, oh, Gina, would really want this magazine, or maybe I'll get it for myself and then shock Gina with everything I know about unsolved murders.
A magazine of unsolved murders.
Magazine of unsolved murders.
Wow.
50 crimes. What really happened? And then there are pictures on the front, of course, John Benet Ramsey.
Sure.
Tupac Shakur.
Mm-hmm.
Bob Crane. The Black Dahlia killer.
All
killing.
the classics.
The Highway of Tears.
I don't know
Jimmy
the Highway
Hoffa.
of Tears.
Chandra Levy. That's not unsolved. I guess it is unsolved. They accused that congressman of doing it, and he didn't do it.
I mean, maybe.
No, he didn't do it. And the reason I bring up the amount of money is that I get the magazine. I go, oh, here's the magazine and here's the battery, and the checker said that's $20.75.
Oh no!
What?
You're like, how much was that battery?
I don't have
how much
the
is the
battery.
magazine?
I already said the battery was $6. I knew
Okay, I
that.
missed that.
Yeah.
$6.
That's a book. That's not a magazine. That's a book price.
So I don't have 45 cents, so I had to use my damn card, and I've still got a $20 bill with me. It pisses me off. But at any rate, I bought it. Though this was like $12 for this.
I feel bad you spent that kind of money on that.
I'm gonna give it to you. $12.99, $13.
Wow.
But it is chock full.
There are lots of morsels of murder. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, you want me to read you
Sure.
just the titles of some of them here? Stuff that you will love. There's the Zodiac killer.
Mm-hmm.
The Tylenol poisonings.
Yeah,
that was a real thing.
Forgot about that. They never did find out.
It's why we have sealed medicine bottles.
Yeah, and why it's hard to get into medicine bottles. Let's see. The Long Island Killer, Graveyard at Gilgo Beach. You probably don't know that one.
I don't know that one.
5 serial killers who've never been caught. They just know that
they're still out there.
Yeah. Let's see. Hollywood Horrors. Let's see. Who shot rap's biggest... this is Tupac.
And Biggie.
Yeah. Crime of Passion, the Bob Crane cold case.
He had weird sex stuff.
Yeah, drunken accident or jealous rage, the Natalie Wood mystery.
Yeah,
Christopher Walken was involved.
there.
I was on the boat.
Let's see, the Superman curse.
Yes.
The death of George Reeves, was it suicide or murder? How about JFK's alleged mistress, Mary Meyer?
Which one?
Mary Meyer.
Mary Meyer, the famous one.
Without a Trace, the ongoing search for Jimmy Hoffa. It's just full of stuff. There are dozens and dozens of morsels of murder in here, Gina.
That's great. We can just keep it in the studio for when we need a morsel of murder.
Now, some of these are solved, though. So I mean the Natalie Holloway case, where she went missing in Jamaica.
Yeah,
that was solved.
It was that
Dutch
guy.
kid, Dutch guy. I don't understand why they put that in an unsolved murders magazine.
Maybe it was been in print for a while, because a lot of those are classic.
Well, it's can you solve the cold cases that stumped the experts? It says.
Yeah, it was the Dutch guy. See, we did it already.
All right, we're done. Thank you.
Will all great Neptune's ocean wash this blood clean from my hand? It's a quote from Macbeth on the front of the magazine. More murder mysteries for the morbidly curious. These are TV shows about murder. Dexter, How to Get Away with Murder, Dead to Me, Death Note, Murder on the Orient Express.
Well, those aren't real murders.
Well, but it's for people who like murder, right? Will we ever find closure? Hollywood Horrors. This is just the Joseph Barron slaying. Some of them I've never heard of. Some of them are there's Jack the Ripper's in.
Well, he's OG.
Never found out who did that. So
he traveled in time, remember, and came to San Francisco and killed
time after time. He was David Warner.
Murder.
The case even Elliot Ness couldn't solve. The Cleveland torso murders.
Only murdering torsos?
Yeah, Gina, that's right. They found torsos and murdered them.
Murder.
The Black Dahlia, of course, that's a famous one. So here you'll find all kinds of tidbits in there.
Do some homework.
Okay, we're going to keep this in the studio.
What?
We're going to keep this in the studio.
Okay.
Now, these aren't murders.
What?
This is dead at 27, but why? It's the, Jimi Hendrix, Janis Joplin, Amy Winehouse, Kurt Cobain. Well, drugs.
I'm
guys.
not sure why those are.
There's
in
not
there.
a why.
Oh,
the why is drugs.
Well, because some of them had questions around them. Kurt Cobain's it was stupid, but they did have questions about it. I remember after that happened, someone faxed us a black and white picture of what was left of Kurt Cobain's head. Essentially.
Yeah, don't do that.
Which I thought, why?
We don't.
Why did somebody do this?
Yeah.
Murder.
So there you go. That'll keep you busy.
Thanks.
There you go. A little murder to occupy your time. Let's see. It's 7:22. Time now for Boner of the Day. 3 news stories. These will be examples of bad, stupid, or funny human behavior. And you will decide with your vote of these 3 stories, these 3 candidates, which one is the worst, which one deserves to be Boner of the Day for today, March 23, 2023. We'll give you 2 candidates now, then a third after the news. And once you've heard all 3, then you will vote. And one of you lucky random Boner voters will receive.
I can't buy it. Gotta win it. Radio from Hell Boner t-shirt.
Here's Boner candidate number 1. I think that we should give him credit for being persistent. Clovis, California, a Fresno man has been arrested for the 10th time in a single month.
Wow.
According to the Clovis Police Department, 38-year-old Kenneth Chastain booked into the Fresno County Jail for the 10th time since February 19th, 2023, officials say. So what's the date on this story? March 23rd, 2023. The most recent arrest took place Tuesday evening when Clovis police say they received a call about a stolen truck that Chastain was suspected of driving. An officer located the vehicle driving in Old Town Clovis and followed it until officers were in the area. According to authorities, officers initiated a traffic stop and right in front of the Clovis Police Department, by the way, and arrested Mr. Chastain without incident. Officers say he was the only person in the truck and was on his way to pick up his personal property from the police department when he was arrested. So during these 10 arrests in 31 days, Mr. Chastain was arrested by Clovis police 6 times and other agencies 4 times.
Now we have at x96.com/live all of the mugshots.
All 10 of them.
No, I think it's funny they take a mugshot. You were just here. Has his look changed? What I really wanted was his look to really change from day to day.
Not much, has it?
Well, he shaved in that
one day. Was
So 18 felonies, 15 misdemeanors. He stole 6 vehicles. He had a DUI, vandalism, fraud, possession of a controlled substance, and other charges. He was arrested 10 times in 31 days. Boner candidate number 1, I think we should give him credit for being persistent. Here's Boner candidate number 2. Sick of prison food, or you just broke out of jail. What are you going to do next? 2 inmates in a Virginia jail used primitive tools to create a hole in the wall of their jail cell and escape. But they were discovered hours later at the IHOP restaurant near the jail.
You go to the IHOP farther away from the jail.
Authorities discovered the 2 men, ages 37 and 43, missing from their cell during a routine head count. A preliminary investigation found the men exploited a weakness in the jail's construction design and used tools made from a toothbrush and a metal object to access rebar between the walls, and then used the rebar to further their escape. After escaping their cell, they scaled a containment wall around the jail. So this is pretty big escape. Mm-hmm. Authorities had asked for the public's help to find the men, and they were taken into custody early Tuesday at an IHOP. It reinforces what we always say: see something, say something, said Sheriff Gabe Morgan. Some patrons saw them in the arrest. Said, those 2 guys that escaped from jail. They just knew what they need. Prison food's lousy. We need to get to the IHOP. That's Boner candidate number 2.
I want to have pigs in a blanket.
Coming up in a moment, Boner candidate number 3. Hey, This is just a bag of rocks.
All right, boner candidate number 3 coming up after this big boy news and Opinioendo, brought to you by
X96 welcomes the Kilby Block Party at Utah State Fairgrounds May 12th through the 14th, a 3-day festival including household names like The Strokes, Pavement, the Yeah Yeah Yeahs, Run the Jewels, and so many more. For a full lineup and info on how you can win tickets, go to x96.com.
I don't know how you feel about the Gwyneth Paltrow case that's going on there in Park City. She's being sued by a guy who says he crashed into her, or she crashed into him on the ski slopes at Deer Valley and caused him a lot of problems. But listen to this. A medical expert at the Gwyneth Paltrow trial says the man that she allegedly hit and suffered such a blow that he no longer can do things he enjoys. As a matter of fact, he can't enjoy wine tastings anymore.
He should sue her for everything she's worth.
She's a monster.
Absolutely.
She is a monster.
How do you not enjoy wine tastings? Do they explain how you not enjoy wine
Dr. Wendell Gibby, a neurologist specialist at the University of California, San Diego, said Dr. Terry Sanderson showed signs of traumatic brain damage that altered his behavior after Paltrow allegedly ran into him on the ski slope. Terry had been a high-functioning, active person, Gibby said in court. Every day he was doing lots of things, meeting groups, wine tastings, skiing, volunteering. After the accident, he deteriorated abruptly, and many of the activities he loved to do, he stopped doing. Among them, wine tasting.
Look at that picture of Gwyneth there. She's just like, I am so...
I mean, I think I have conflicting feelings about Gwyneth. I like her as an actress. I think her goop stuff is ridiculous. But I also think this trial is ridiculous.
Well, we'll see what the jury says, I guess. Let's see. Let's move on to... by the way, it's not really a sports story, but I was just looking at, going through the news, and there's a picture here in the Trib today of the Jazz coach.
Yes, Will Hardy.
Will Hardy. I didn't realize he was 15 years old.
That story, Bill, where you're seeing that picture, it's a great story.
Yeah, I started to read it, but I didn't have time.
He's a really interesting guy.
How is
Hardy.
Carrot Top involved in this?
Well... So it's an article about how Will is a different kind of coach.
Yeah.
He thinks that the players should have fun. They should have a cheeseburger and a beer once in a while.
Yeah. Okay.
And so at the end of Sports Center, there's a clip of Carrot Top doing what we do all the time. Sports. Like when we say sports ball. Oh, that's a sports Bill's carrot. Anytime anything happens in sports, your only comment is sports. Meaning Carrot Top doesn't know much about sports. So Will Hardy takes that and uses it in his coaching. He's having fun with the players.
Is he 15 or 18?
I think he's 18.
Okay. I mean, you got to admit he looks really young.
He does, and I would suggest if you care about the Jazz, go look at that Tribune article. It's a really great article about him.
Utah Governor Spencer Cox called President Joe Biden's recent veto of a bill targeting environmental, social, and governance (ESG) factors in investments deeply disappointing and a backdoor way for the White House to bypass Congress.
What?
Now, we mentioned this yesterday. What? And I'm only going to mention it again here to convey what Brian Schott said on Twitter about this. Spencer Cox says that Joe Biden's veto of this bill is a way to backdoor the White House, or a backdoor way for the White House to bypass Congress. So apparently Spencer Cox doesn't understand what a veto is. No. That's exactly, if you veto something, that's what you do.
Yes.
And I still don't understand why it's a bad thing to invest in businesses that care about the environment and protecting the earth. I don't know why that's bad thing.
If that's the future, that's where the money's going to be.
This bill that Biden vetoed sought to overturn a Department of Labor rule that allows retirement plan fiduciaries to take ESG factors into consideration, as opposed to making decisions based solely on returns.
I promise you that they are interested in making as much money as possible, and they're going to pick the ESG businesses and investments that are most likely to make more money.
That'll give you returns.
But we need to just pick things because
we need them to we need to force them into fossil fuel investment.
But the reason this is bad, The reason this is bad, according to Spencer Cox and other Republicans, the reason it's bad, not because of any of that, it's because it's woke.
It's woke.
It's woke capitalism.
They don't like it.
We don't want woke capitalism.
Isn't capitalism the point? If we're making money, why do you
Is-
care?
Well, here's a bigger question. Is capitalism woke? I don't think it is.
Let's see. Let's move on to Central Utah man was sentenced on Monday to over 5 years in federal prison, pleading guilty to reselling guns without a license and some drug-related offenses as well. According to court documents, Philip Mahe Tafua of Roosevelt dealt in the business of buying and reselling guns illegally between February of 2021 and November of 2021. He reportedly admitted to purchasing over 50 firearms from federally licensed dealers and individual sellers. He then, in turn, resold the guns to residents in California and Nevada, charging them double the price he bought them for.
It's capitalism. Is that okay, capitalism?
That sounds woke.
Officials at the U.S. District Court of Utah say Mr. Taufa never acquired the license to deal the firearms and lied to licensed dealers when he was buying them. And I'm sure he did a background check on anybody he sold those guns
Oh, I'm
to.
sure, yeah.
Fox is arguing that top executives, including Rupert and Lachlan Murdoch, had no direct involvement in what aired on the company's news cable channels.
Yes.
We're not really involved in
Yes.
Who can
And
we
there-
throw under that bus?
and therefore the company should not be found liable in a $1.6 billion defamation case, lawyers for Fox argued on Wednesday. The argument was part of Fox's request for a pretrial victory. Dominion Voting Systems has accused both Fox and its parent company, Fox Corp., of defaming Dominion. Dominion says Fox's shows repeatedly linked voting machines to a vast conspiracy of fraud, and that did never happen.
But according to your own texts, Mr. Murdoch, you were.
Yeah.
You knew.
Yeah.
It's there.
Yep.
We have your words.
And if you, finally this, if you're a regular Indy 100 reader, I don't know, what was that, a TikTok thing? You'll probably be aware that, Indy 100, it's a blog, obsessed with TikTok time travelers. A trend over recent years has seen more and more people claim to be from the future on TikTok, making predictions about what's to come. It's rarely good news that they're predicting either, with everything from the arrival of a deadly meteor shower or the outbreak of World War III. Now, the latest prediction has seen another time traveler, or person claiming to be a time traveler, saying that an alien attack is imminent. In fact, according to the time traveler, invaders are going to be arriving tomorrow. The TikToker.
Tomorrow is not good for me.
Sorry.
Is it tomorrow or today?
It's probably today, based on when the story was
Today's
written.
really not good.
The TikToker goes by the name of Eno Alaric and claims to be from the year 2671. He's been busy posting clips claiming to know that the stark events that will reveal themselves in the future, and 350,000 people follow that account.
Does he come back and tell us anything good?
No.
Never.
No, I don't think
they
so.
never
No.
come back with good
No.
news. No.
I'm a real time traveler. A hostile alien species is coming to take back Earth. We will not win, he says. Okay.
All right.
Why do people do that? I don't get it.
I don't know.
Weather, traffic.
Well, we've got that damn atmospheric river still here. I mean, it's great. It's filling up the Great Salt Lake. We love that. But it is affecting your commute. Rain, 40% chance during the day today, 60% chance of a rain-snow mix overnight tonight, high of 46 expected today. We only get up into the 30s tomorrow, which means probably better chance of snow Friday and Saturday. Traffic, we have a crash. Northbound I-215 east at 39th South in Mill Creek. It's blocking the off-ramp there. Crash westbound I-84 near Morgan. Road conditions are pretty slick in that area. Crash I-15 northbound at the exit to Hillfield Road in Layton. The right shoulder blocked. Roads are very slushy and causing slowdowns in that area. They had that squall move through a little bit ago, and that's left the roads pretty wet. Let me check our message stream. Let's see. Friend of the program says 13th East from 123rd South to Fort Union in Sandy is one giant pothole. Somebody call the mayor.
Well, we're going to talk to the mayor coming up.
Well, no, that's not. She's not the mayor of that area of town.
Oh.
Sandy Mayor Monica. You need to fix the potholes. We have potholes in Salt Lake.
Yes, we do.
Yeah, but that's your sport or your weather and your traffic and all that stuff. Toyota, 20 vehicles available, all-wheel drive, four-wheel drive. Visit your Utah Toyota dealers today. Toyota, let's go places.
Boner candidate number 3. Hey, this is just a bag of rocks. Well, this is a story from the Netherlands, Rotterdam. Good investors know how to buy, but the experts at J.P. Morgan Chase wound up with a booby prize when they were trying to add nickel bags to the conglomerate's portfolio. Not that kind of nickel bag, but literally bags full of the element nickel. The element is used in steel and electric vehicle batteries.
Okay.
There was supposed to be 54 metric tons of nickel in bags. Now, that's not considered a lot of nickel, but maybe $1.3 million worth at today's prices. Instead, when they opened the bags, they weren't full of nickel. They were full of rocks. Yes, rocks, worth much, much less than the nickel.
Are rocks worth anything?
No, I don't. The sale actually happened years ago, but apparently nobody really looked at into the bags until recently. Let's buy all those bags of nickel. It's a good investment. 1.3 million, yeah, buy them. Nobody opened the bags. Friday, the London Metal Exchange announced a mix-up at a warehouse overseas involving its nickel supply, but it didn't say where or whom it involved, just the validation of 9 nickel warrants. They said that they are on the alert. Now they're going to try and track down the criminals. But you would think that J.P. Morgan Chase, if they're going to buy something for $1.3 million, they would examine it.
You'd think.
Yes. But they didn't.
No.
They're bags of rocks. Boner candidate number 3.
All right, let's review the first 2 and vote.
Boner candidate number 1. Well, I think we should give him credit for being persistent. It's a California man arrested 10 times in 31 days. Boner candidate number 2. Sick of prison food, or you just broke out of jail. Where are you going next? 2 jail escapees going to the IHOP immediately after they break out of jail. And patrons said, hey, it looks like those 2 guys there are looking for broke out of jail. And Boner candidate number 3, this is just a bag of rocks.
All right, you've got to decide of these 3 candidates, which one is the worst? Which one deserves to be Boner of the Day for today, March 23, 2023? 1, 2, or 3, remember your candidate number, the one that you think should win. Put that single digit in the message of a text, and then text that to 33986. A lot of people vote that way. It's easy. The computer counts it for us. Or you can call Katie in the producer's booth. She'll take your voice vote live. Yes, you can speak to Katie at 877-602-9696. Or you can go online, x96.com. Look for the box that says Boner of the Day, March 23, 2023, and you can vote there. Now, if you don't see that box, refresh your internet browser. It'll appear. Click it and vote. Again, the computer counts as for it. It's easy. Vote for Boner of the Day. You only have like 4 minutes to do it, so let's go. It's Boner of the Day. New. Was it Tracy?
Our friend Tracy Justin, who does graphic arts for us here in the building, and longtime friend of the program, and I guess he heard us riffing about Dunford Donuts, the chocolate donuts, and he brought in a couple of boxes. And you guys can have this box, too, if you want it.
It is my favorite donut. Here's the thing about the Dunfords, is that you can take them, put them in sandwich bags, and freeze them individually. And then take them out.
They're fine, huh?
Let them thaw.
Do you put them in the microwave?
You can,
Okay.
but it's best if you let them assume room temperature.
Okay.
Then stick them in the microwave for about 15, 20 seconds.
Carrie has a whole donut program.
Nice cold glass of milk.
Carrie's got a program for everything.
I do.
He has.
My husband
Carrie's a
used-
very particular. Carrie's I've come to know this of him over the years. He's very particular, and he does things. Usually does everything in a certain way.
This is the way you do it.
He's experimented.
We had pizza over the weekend, and my husband said he said I'm using the Carrie Jackson method, and got out the cast iron pan.
You take your leftover pizza. additional trick,
It's what my son
sprinkle it
does.
with a little water.
Just to wake it up a little
Just to
bit?
wake it up, because that's what the microwaves react to, is the moisture.
Mm-hmm.
If the pizza's kind of dry, you want to just spray it. Like, you get your hand wet and go, bleh, bleh, like that.
Oh, a little
Like
flick.
A little flick.
Okay.
Then microwave, 30 seconds only.
Mhm.
That will not heat it up. It will thaw it out.
And then
Then the black frying pan.
See? You got to every step. Little
Mhm.
water, little microwave.
This, what? Boom. Black frying pan, nice and hot. Crisp up the bottom.
Yep.
Not too hot, because you don't want it to just burn and then,
No,
because you want it to bring it up, nice temperature, but also crisp up the
I
crust.
admire that, but I am just too much of a slob to bother with that kind of stuff.
Mm.
You know, I'll just.
it doesn't take long.
It takes more thought than I'm willing to put into it. The thought I'm willing to put into it is, hey, would somebody put this pizza in the microwave for me?
You're not living life to your fullest then.
No, I'm not.
Let's see.
I'm spry though.
Wet paper towel in the microwave works well too. Yes,
Yeah,
that's
a little-
true.
Oh yeah. Mm-hmm.
I live in Camas, but I buy the Dunford box at the grocery store.
I don't go to the
And
Chevron.
Chevron, they're always out anyway.
They sell out at the Chevron.
Somebody said if you want donuts at that Chevron, you have to be there when
Yeah.
they come out, or because they
Now I'm
disappear.
curious
I know.
because everybody's talking about the
Yeah.
Camas.
The Camas Chevron.
Mhm.
We used to go up there into the woods and harvest poles for our fencing.
Can you do that?
Apparently
We
they
did. We did when I was on the
I feel
farm.
like that's something you can't.
That's a useless question.
When I was
Gina.
living on the farm, that's what we do. We'd get the big flatbed and go out and chop down these trees.
just
They're
the right
Just the
size.
right size
Yeah.
for fences.
Can you do that?
We
I
did.
don't-
Huh.
I mean, you did it, but I don't know if you're supposed to do that. Maybe that's a better
I'm from Camas.
You think they were poaching
We could do
Camas
it.
poles?
Yeah, maybe.
I don't know if Dad had a permit or
He
if
probably
we just did it. I don't know.
I think he probably.
I just says, we're going to Camas. Sharpen up your axe. Okay.
Okay, Daddy.
Exactly.
Whatever you say, Daddy.
Exactly.
I smell a Mayor Mona Utah word.
Are you writing it? Because I'm not.
All right.
We've taken to doing every once in a while these sheet pan meals, you know, where you cook everything together on a sheet pan. And it was sausage, white beans, and cabbage, and roasted in the oven. And my God, with some kind of delicious, dressing on it of some sort. It was great.
And Fort Desolation Fest, June 8th through the 10th in beautiful Torrey, Utah. Experience 3 days and 3 nights of live music featuring Ben Harper, Shaky Graves, and more. 3 days to find adventures in Capitol Reef National Park. Get tickets at fortdesolation.com.
Well, these were rather benign boner candidates, not candidates that
get angry
get passionate, but people get passionate about. So the voting was kind of low, and it was evenly spaced, which is quite interesting, I thought. They all just sort of, but the winner ultimately, and I think deservedly so, was number 3. This is a bag of rocks. They didn't take the time to check and see if there was what they were buying for $1 million was what was in the bag.
But at least the investment wasn't woke.
Well, that's true. That's true.
Jeez. There's your boner of the day for today, March 23, 2023. It is now qualified to be boner of the week. That will happen tomorrow at about 9:50 when Dave the Flower Guy comes in here and just tells us who boner of the week is, because that's what he does. All right, the mayor is on the phone.
Well, speaking of woke,
yes,
it's Salt Lake City Mayor Aaron Mendenhall.
In the best of ways.
Yes, we've embraced, by the way, Mayor Mendenhall embraced the word woke, and we want to take it back from the bad guys. How are you this morning?
I appreciate that.
Good.
I appreciate that.
How are you?
I'm great this morning. I'm very happy.
I see
There's a lot of water.
Yeah, I see that you spoke at a symposium on the Great Salt Lake, and the lake has risen 2 feet as a result of yours. Talk about what you did. You spoke at this symposium. What was that all about?
Well, it's the Stegner Center, as in the Wallace Stegner Center at the S.J. Quinney Law School at the University of Utah. Every year they hold a symposium. This year they dedicated it to the Great Salt Lake. So all of these academics and researchers, and even people who are not academic researchers, such as myself, but had something to say about the lake, were brought together. The ones that you read in the article, it was really neat to be able to sit in their auditorium and listen to expert after expert, and I merely had the chance to introduce the symposium. But I learned a lot, and it was on the heels the day after the LDS Church announcement of their massive dedication of, quote, new water to the lake, which is fantastic. And we look back on the sort of trend line in Salt Lake City. It's not uncommon that the church steps out with a new initiative, kind of amazes everybody, and then we see other institutions follow suit. And we need that to happen now with the lake, because the city's dedicating 13 billion gallons, but we're already putting that there. We're just locking it up so it can't be taken. But what they're doing is brand new water, and we need to see more organizations step up.
Was there some sort of consensus among the people speaking at the symposium as to what the most pressing thing is that we could do? Is there one thing that could be done that would help save the Great Salt Lake?
I guess there wasn't a point where we tried to come to consensus, so I can't speak for the symposium by any means, but the acknowledgement that the vast majority of water that could go to the lake is being diverted for agriculture resounded among the speakers. And I think also the recognition that on the residential percentage of water, a lot of homes in this valley and big corporate campuses are still sprinkling culinary water onto their lawns that aren't necessary, frankly. And I think the face of the West, the face of this valley and the Wasatch Front needs to start evolving away from the comfort of as much Kentucky bluegrass as we've surrounded ourselves with, and in a permanent way acknowledge that grass needs to be more scarce.
Yeah. Let's go pivot to another topic I see here that you'd like to discuss, Project Homeless Connect.
Oh, yeah.
This is tomorrow at the Salt Palace. What's going on with that?
Yeah. You might remember, but it's been on a 4-year hiatus because of COVID. The city participates in it. We're not the organizer. We're grateful to the county and the other organizers who put it together. But a lot of service providers come together in the Salt Palace, open the doors, and it's there from 8 a.m. to 3 p.m. Not only meals served, but an opportunity for unsheltered individuals to get there and connect with housing services, justice court, haircuts, pictures with their pets or their family members. I mean, there's a myriad of services, and they're there all day. So we'll be working with those partners and inviting anybody unsheltered or in need of these services, come in and get some help.
That's at the Calvin L. Rampton Salt Palace Convention Center. So you've done this in the past. Has it been, do a lot of people come all day and avail themselves of these things?
Yeah.
That's great.
Yeah, it's been really successful. But since it closed because of the pandemic, the city started. Basically, we took the show on the road, and we're still doing that. So before the county health department abates or closes a large encampment, we will try to bring together the service providers. It doesn't get to happen every time that the health department closes a camp, but we'll try to go on the road since COVID made it impossible for us to go inside at the Salt Palace. It's not the only time of year, certainly, that people can access these services, but it's one of the ways, and it's great to have them back.
And I know Salt Lake Mayor Mendenhall, you want to give props to the University of Utah's women's basketball team.
I was going to do it by singing the old version of the fight song for you right now. But
okay.
My kids telling me that it's no longer appropriate, and I have to learn the new words to the new fight song. But I'm still going to sing a Utah man am I. I don't know another way to do that.
I don't know. That's not very woke.
Carrie has the music for it. I think he's trying to find
I didn't know you were going to do this.
Carrie's got the music. You can sing along.
My choice in it is the woke part, and so I'm choosing to sing Utah men. But go Utah women's basketball. They can win this thing. They've got a game tomorrow at 3 p.m. LSU. If you aren't planning to drag a monitor into your cubicle at work and watch it, you should do so. It's going to be great.
All right, Mayor Mendenhall here. This is just for you.
Here you go.
Our Ganga is the jolliest that you have ever seen, and our co-eds are the brightest. Each one's a shining star. You'll hear our voices singing from the mountains near and far.
She knows it.
There you go.
Thank you. Thank you, Mayor Mendenhall. We'll talk to you again.
Oh, you.
There she goes.
Hey,
She slammed the phone down after her Go Utes. So, yeah. Oh, there we go.
That is exciting.
They're playing at LSU?
No, I mean,
that's right.
They're
neutral
playing
court.
LSU. I think they play. It's in North Carolina. I think.
They're neutral courts for these, right?
Yeah.
And so.
Well, no, I mean the Utes played on their home court.
Oh, did they?
Yeah.
So what if they win? I mean, what are the odds? The odds makers saying about this game? Can they win this?
Yeah,
game?
absolutely they can. Yeah, Bill, they could go all the way. They could.
All right. It's not the NIT, but you know.
Your corners all. Now face about and swing your own and promenade the hall. Promenade.
I don't hear anything about our co-eds or the brightest.
No, they got the words wrong.
I don't hear that part in there.
The second couple separate around the outside track. Now you keep on going around the set and pass are coming back. Oh, you pass right by your partner.
Yeah, I don't.
The Utes are going strong.
Now face about and swing your own.
Okay, let's see. We do have coming up. Beat Gina is on the way. Stand by.
Oh, and I'm sorry if it's Pretty Woman Trivia.
It is Pretty Woman Trivia.
You got to have a great prize for that. I'm going to give away Cure tickets.
Is it about the Roy Orbison song? Is that what it?
If you can possibly beat me at Pretty Woman Trivia, you'll win Cure tickets.
A good game show host never says, because sometimes those questions are in there.
I see.
And, they may get spoiled.
I see.
All right. Yeah, we will take a break. We will be back. Stand by for that. Oh, we got Michael back on the phone here. Hi, Michael, from Feastbox.
Good morning.
Hey, Michael, we were just talking to you a few minutes ago about Feastbox and their great barbecue that you can get from them. There's two different ways you can do Feastbox. You can do it for your family, like we kind of talked about before, but talk to us a little bit about the catering aspect of Feastbox.
Yeah, for sure. So we're really trying to make one of our staples what we call on-demand catering. And we can obviously take care of groups as small as you want to go. But we can do groups up to 20 to 40 and have that to you within about an hour of your request. So for businesses or the procrastinator out there, we're absolutely there to help out.
This is great because usually if you're trying to cater like an office, you want to have lunch brought in for the office, you got to do that days in advance, not with Feastbox. Delivered hot within 60 minutes. And you're running a special for catering right now, right?
We are. Tell me what that is.
It's it's $100 off your first catering order for a limited time, and you find out more about that by going to feastbox.com.
You better write that down, Mike.
I know, right? Next time we talk. And then I think one special we're running on DoorDash and Uber. Every entree that gets ordered and delivered gets free wings, 10 free wings with that. So go grab that as well today for lunch for the single buyer.
Thank you.
Thanks, Michael.
Thank you very much. KXRK Provo.
X90.
Unless we Utahns are diligent, our taxes will be raised without our knowledge. Did you know that right now there's an organization who thinks they know better than you how to save Utah schools? This group wants to raise your taxes. Wouldn't you agree that's just not right? Well, so does Republican Representative Arthur McCarty from Roadside Table, Utah. He began the group opposed to the suggested 10-cent Jello tax. Citizens against People for Alternative Revenue Tax Income believe that not only is the proposed Jello tax wrong, it's also cost prohibitive. The state would have to establish a Jello commission and then open costly state-run Jello stores. Then it's only a matter of time before racketeers would begin smuggling in gelatin from neighboring states. Taxing green gelatin would also place an unfair burden on those people who mostly buy this product. Large LDS families, already on a tight budget, would end up paying for a greater portion of public education than would people with no children at all. And that's just not fair.
Hello, I'm Republican Representative Arthur McCarty. Please call your state legislatures and tell them to vote NO on the green Jello tax. It's time to get big government off our backs.
Paid for by Citizens Against People for Alternative Revenue Tax Income.
to make me mad today?
I did 3 things yesterday that I have not done in a long time. 3 things. And they all pretty much involved Arctic Circle, the hamburger place. So I've been wanting a soft serve ice cream.
Yes.
You've been talking about it for days.
Yeah. And just the opportunity has not come up. Somebody pointed out to me, McDonald's has a soft serve. My wife did. And that's sort of more in my neighborhood area, but I hadn't made it. But I said to my youngest child, would you like to get soft serve ice cream with me at the Arctic Circle? Oh, not today. I said, okay. So then said, but tomorrow, if you come and pick me up at school, I'll go with you. And that's perfect because they go to Salt Lake Community College.
Okay.
And that's on State and 17th, and 17th South is where the Arctic Circle is, up at about 5th East or so. And I said, great, good deal. We'll go get some soft serve. And they said, when I was little, I loved the cherry topper. Soft serve ice cream. And it's got a hard pink shell on it of, I guess, cherry flavored something. And I said, well, we can get one of those. And so they looked at the menu online and said, well, doesn't say they have it on the menu. I said, well, we'll just get regular soft serve ice cream.
Okay.
And I'll get the swirl. Great. So pick me up at school and we'll go. And so I got to the school. I got to the school too early.
Well, you were very excited about the prospect of ice cream.
And I said, what am I going to do with this half hour I've got here? I said, I know what I'll do. I'll go up to the Arctic Circle and get a hamburger and French fries.
You're going to go twice?
And then eat in the car and then come back and then go back up there and get ice cream. Yeah, why not?
Okay.
It's
okay.
It's a half a mile away or something like that, 3/4 of a mile. Big deal. And so that's what I did. And I ate in the car while driving back to the school.
Wow.
And
you got to pull over.
It's just not good.
You got to pull over.
You got to pull over.
Especially with that, because I'm sure you got fries and fry sauce there, and there's dipping involved. That's difficult to do while you're driving.
And I couldn't get to it. I did manage to eat most of the hamburger, and I just got a regular hamburger, which I was kind of surprised. I said, I just want a regular hamburger and a large order of fries. Okay, fine. But it had cheese on it, which I thought was weird. They put that on their regular hamburger. I don't know. It was not. I used to like Arctic Circle hamburgers a lot. I like the
ranch
bounty.
burger?
No, I like the bounty
Burger.
burger and the double bounty. And this was not as good as I remembered them. But maybe it's just because I ordered the.
You ordered just the regular burger, yeah.
Maybe that was it. But then, so I started trying to eat the French fries, and A, they were too hot.
Wait, stop right there.
And B, I couldn't
don't
dip.
go to. There is no such thing as a too hot
They
French fry.
burned my fingers.
That's as they should be. You were given a gift, Bill Allred, and you were looking.
They burned my fingers and lips. I could not eat them.
You were given the gift of hot French fries, and you're complaining
I
about
could
it?
not eat them. They were too hot.
Do you know how excited I get when I get hot French fries?
They were just the right temperature when I got to the front of the school again, and then I got the dip out. But I still didn't. I don't like eating in the car just sitting there, because again, I managed to get fry sauce on my jacket, and it's just. And plus,
it's a skill. It's a skill. Not everybody has.
It is, and I'm not good at it.
Yeah.
And
you take the napkins, Bill, and because they usually give you a stack.
There was one,
and there's only one napkin in it. And you unfold the napkin so it overlaps from the center console onto your lap, so nothing falls between the.
This is a professional.
Yeah, see, I didn't know that.
Yeah,
and so, but I wanted to, and I ate fast too because I didn't want my kid to know that I'd already gone to.
You can smell
Arctic
it.
Circle, and
there's no way of hiding that.
But I know I rolled down the windows and opened the moonroof. I really did.
Now that's a pro move.
I really did.
And you aired it.
That's a pro move right there.
They didn't say
suspect a thing.
No. But I confessed while we went back up to the Arctic Circle. I confessed what I'd done. And then so then here's another lesson to be learned. We go to the drive up, and they come on and say, what can I get for you? And I said, Well, do you have cherry toppers? The ice creams, cherry toppers? Yes, of course we do.
Of course.
Aha. So this is a lesson learned for my child.
Yes.
It never hurts to ask, because they wouldn't have asked about it, because they'd already said, well, I looked online, I didn't have it. It doesn't hurt to ask. So we got the cherry topper, and I got the swirl, and I ate the swirl cone while driving.
That also sounds dangerous.
It was, but I did it pretty well. I didn't spill, but I ate it too fast because I was driving, because I wanted to.
Did you get the ice cream headache?
No, I didn't. I almost did, but I didn't. So that was my excursion to the Arctic Circle, which also included this discussion, which we've had here on the radio before.
Yes.
My child says, I haven't been to the Arctic Circle in a long time. And I said, no, it's not Arctic Circle. It's the Arctic Circle.
It should be Arctic Circle.
I know, and they said, well, I can't say that. There's a C there.
They're right.
And I said, I know, but we, and I remember doing this. We had this discussion, and I said, let's call the corporate office, and we called the corporate office of the local Arctic Circle, and they answered the phone and said, Arctic Circle, how can we help you? And I think we even asked, do you say Arctic or Arctic? And they said, well, we always say Arctic Circle. And so
but there is a C in the logo.
Yeah.
There is, yes,
Okay.
there is. But I am of the school that you should say things
the way they want.
the way the way,
Like hurricane.
yeah, hurricane rather than hurricane, or Mandaway rather than
Hooper.
Mantua, or Hooper, and that's I sort of have the tendency to fudge like Hoops Vision, because old Dr. Hoops says Hoops, but his son says Hoops, so I kind of go Hoops. Try and smash it in between there, but I believe you should. Of course, then that would mean that you should say, instead of Van Gogh, you should be saying Van Gogh. But when you do that, that's a little, people say
Pretentious?
Who? Oh, you mean? Oh, yeah. I mean, yeah. You come across as pretentious. And maybe you come across as pretentious if you say Arctic Circle. Let's go to the Arctic.
It's Arctic Circle.
There is a C there, but
I know, but it's Arctic Circle. Yeah.
Let's see. My mother-in-law introduced me to the car towel. A towel dedicated to placing on your lap, gathering any dropping.
That's a good idea.
The car towel.
Gina, have you thought about the car towel?
I have not.
How about we get Radio from Hell car towels made?
I
So
want
eating
them.
in the car, with our logo on them.
And they double as golf towels.
I like it. I like it.
Just a little,
Yeah.
I like it.
Well, that I hadn't eaten in the car in a long time, and I just hate it. Even if I'm stopped, I just hate doing it.
There is no eating in my husband's car.
No, of course not. Of course, if I were at the
Gentlemen
drive-in,
don't eat in their cars.
If I were at the drive-in, I'd do it.
I request to wait for fresh hot fries. Oh, here we go. This is someone using voice to text. This whole conversation could be worked into a Seinfeld episode.
Seinfeld?
Oh, Seinfeld. Yeah. Your voice to text doesn't always.
They were awfully hot fries because, and I didn't request it, but I made my order, and they said, we'll have that out for you, and I waited about 5 minutes.
Oh, you're so lucky.
So
This was wasted on you.
Exactly.
And they're pretty good fries, I have to say, pretty good fries at Arctic Circle.
So next time you're at Arctic Circle,
order
a hamburger.
Yeah, a hamburger.
A hamburger. All right. Traffic, Gina, please.
Okay, let's see. Crash southbound I-15, 6 south in Salt Lake, off to the right shoulder. Crash southbound US 89 in Davis County, Highway 193. And a crash northbound I-215 east, 39 south in Mill Creek. It's in the area of the off-ramp there. Looks like that's about it. If you see something, you can say something. 33986. Stop by your locally owned and operated Big O Tires. Buy 3, get 1 free on select sets now through March 26th.
All right.
And again, we apologize for the political nature of the previous discussion.
You guys are so woke.
Sorry.
Beat Gina. You can call and line up and play now if you'd like. 877-602-9696. And it's Cure tickets?
Yes.
Cure tickets. And it's Pretty Woman trivia.
Good luck.
Yep.
That's all I can say.
She's got the movie memorized. Good luck. 877-602-9696. We'll have some messages and a song, and then we will play Beat Gina. Michael's on the phone.
Michael from Feastbox, hello.
Good morning again.
No eating in the car.
No eating in the car. Well, you don't need to eat in the car because Feastbox, it'll get delivered to you, whether you're Uber Eatsing, Door Dashing, or having a catering, right, Michael?
That is right, and I love that you guys have been talking about food all morning.
Tell us about the kind of food you can get from Feastbox.
We got the Hawaiian, we got the Texas, we got the Korean barbecue. They're all a different twist. And I think I mentioned in the first time that we chatted that here in the very near future, we are going to be opening 8 actual restaurant locations here in Utah County and Salt Lake County. And one thing about that is we've been seeing all these food costs and inflation and everything else. It's just not fair. We've done our best, and about 3/4 of our menu in our restaurants will be a $10.95 menu.
Oh.
So you can come in and get extremely full on that.
That's good.
And but yeah, like you said, we do the catering. You got the DoorDash, the Uber Eats, and we've got those specials going on.
Specials, $100 off your first catering order for a limited time, and free wings when you spend $15 with DoorDash or Uber Eats. You can find out more about this at feastbox.com.
It's Radio from Hell with another list, because people love a good list. X96.
The list I have is a list of celebrities who have criminal parents.
Criminal parents.
First one on the list, Woody Harrelson. Now, he's been in trouble with the law his own self.
He's had his own brushes, yes.
Doesn't even compare with his father. Woody Harrelson's dad, Charles Harrelson, was a notable hitman.
Oh.
He's said to have murdered a U.S. district judge in 1979, escaped prison, and was even tied to the assassination of JFK.
Wow. You're leading with that.
That's the list they have given me. Lindsay Lohan, again, she's had her own problems.
Brushes, yes.
Doesn't compare with her dad, Michael Lohan. Involved in all kinds of crimes. He served jail time for insider trading and violating probation. He was arrested for domestic violence. Her mom's been in trouble with the law, too. Drunk driving and such. This one, I think you've probably heard this story before, Carrie, but a lot of people might not know it. Charlize Theron.
Oh, yes. This is go ahead.
Okay, so she's, of course, played a serial killer before.
Yes.
Charlize doesn't get in trouble with the law, but one night when she was 15 years old, her alcoholic father allegedly started firing his gun and threatened Charlize and her mother, who retaliated and killed him. Afterwards, Theron and her mom moved from South Africa to the United States. But I wouldn't count that as a criminal. I would count that as self-defense, for sure. Terrence Howard, Oscar-nominated actor.
Also had his troubles.
Had lots of troubles.
Yeah.
His dad, Tyrone Howard, allegedly committed the so-called Santa line slaying. Accounts vary, but it's said that Tyrone killed a man who assaulted him while waiting in line to see Santa Claus at a mall.
Okay.
What?
Doesn't that put you on the naughty list?
I hope. Immediately. I don't think there's any discussion.
Tupac Shakur, again, you're saying he had his own problems with the police.
See, this is the interesting part to me of this list, is the people who's, they've had trouble and their parents have had trouble. So far, we haven't had one where the guy's okay, but the parents were screwed up.
I mean, Charlize
Shirley's.
That's
yeah,
probably
okay. That's the one.
But again, self-defense.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Tupac's mom was said to be an affiliate of the Black Panther Party. She was tied to bombings in New York, represented herself in court while pregnant with Tupac.
Wow.
She was eventually acquitted.
I don't count that.
It doesn't say so on here. I thought he was born in prison, but it doesn't say that in this story. Nicki Minaj
also has had her troubles.
Yeah, she's her father, Robert Minaj, attempted to murder her mother by burning the house down.
Well,
wasn't successful at it, but
yeah. Again, divorce is a lot less trouble.
Yeah. Toby Maguire.
Now Toby has not had his problems, has he?
He's famously played good guys in Hollywood. Is not known as a bad boy. Or his father, Vincent Maguire, was a convicted bank robber.
Really?
Like the kind of guy Spider-Man would catch.
Yeah, the burglar.
Jackie Chan.
I've heard this one.
Oh, you have?
Yeah.
His father, Charles, was a secret Chinese nationalist agent. This sounds like a movie.
Wow.
Who clashed with the communists. Meanwhile, his mother was an illegal opium trader.
Wow.
Oh. It's a movie. Why hasn't somebody done that movie
That should
yet?
be a movie, and Jackie should play his father.
And there's actually a picture of them here. His parents are gorgeous, both of them.
Oh, I'll bet. I mean, he's a good-looking guy.
Keanu Reeves.
Keanu?
Mm-hmm. Again, Keanu, he's a good guy.
Yes, has not had his problems. Yes.
When he was a boy, his father was handed a 10-year prison sentence for trafficking heroin.
Oh.
Wow. Trafficking.
Yeah.
Not holding.
He was
Again,
moving
that's a trumped-up charge there.
Let's see. Leighton Meester, she was on Gossip Girl.
Yes.
Her mother, Constance, served prison time for allegedly working in a drug ring, smuggling marijuana from Jamaica to the United States.
Wow.
Drew Barrymore, we know about
her whole family.
Yeah.
Up the line, they've all had their problems.
And actually, just as a side note, I was reading a lot about David Crosby yesterday because he died. Apparently, when Drew was in rehab and she got let out too early for some reason, her parents weren't paying the bills.
Oh.
She went and lived with David Crosby for a while because he was sober.
Yeah.
And he helped her get sober the rest of the way. Because her parents were no help at all. They were the reason she was having her problems. Let's see what else.
You don't go to a Barrymore for help with your drinking. You just don't.
Last one here, Hope Solo. She's famous.
Oh, yeah, I know this one. I love her.
She's famous goalkeeper. And she, again, has had her own
Oh, yeah. She's got anger problems.
trouble with the law. Hope Solo was actually conceived in prison.
Whoa.
What?
Her father was serving time for embezzlement. I guess her mom went to conjugal visit him in prison.
And this is where the magic happens.
He also kidnapped Hope and her little brother from a baseball game when they were little.
I did know that one.
You knew that
I did
one.
know that one.
Wow.
But conceived, we've heard of born in jail.
Conceived in jail is another level as far as I'm concerned.
I think that's why that one is at the top of the list of celebrities.
Even Johnny Cash never had a song about being conceived in jail.
No.
When she was playing for the U.S., she was like my top idol besides Nick Armando because I was a goalkeeper for 17 years. And then she came out with some anger issues and abuse. And
John says Leighton Meester was born in prison.
I have heard that also.
Mm.
My great-grandfather was born in prison.
Born in prison.
Really?
Because his father was the sheriff. And his wife came to visit him at work one day, and she went into labor while she was there, and so they just took her into one of the cells, and she gave birth in jail.
What a wonderful story.
Wow.
So there you go.
Well, there you go.
We hope you'd enjoyed another list with Radio from Hell on X96.
you keep it lovely. It's care that really works, and it's true. 9 out of 10 radio announcers use Lux toilet soap. And now, please welcome the game show host who all agree has the loveliest skin in the business.
Well,
the glowing Carrie Jackson.
Oh, thank you, Johnny Ola.
You're welcome.
Very much. The randomizer has picked your contestant. You will be playing against Eric today.
Hi,
Gina?
Eric.
Hello, Eric.
Hello.
Okay, Eric, we're going to toss a coin to see who goes first. It will give you an advantage if you call it correctly. Heads or tails?
I'll say heads.
All right, coin toss app says tails, Gina Barberi. Boy, this is tough, Eric.
You're one step further away from winning these tickets to see The Cure live at Vivint Arena on June 4th.
All right, Eric, here's the thing, is that if you can claw from behind and beat Gina, you're going to get those tickets. But if she beats you, what are you prepared to do in her name?
I'm prepared to donate plasma and then recharge with a big fat burger from Proper Brewing Company.
Oh, wow.
As I say it aloud.
Okay.
I know it's very self-serving, but that's what I offer.
All right, then. First question is, I'm sorry to say, for Gina, and I'm sorry to say it, Eric, because it's the movie Pretty Woman trivia.
I don't think you're getting these Cure tickets. That's all I'm saying.
Released on this day in 1990. So here we go. First question is for Gina. Let's begin.
Yes.
What is the name of the opera that Edward takes Vivian to?
I'll wait.
Jeez.
Okay. Just play the damn game.
Is it 1, The Spoils of Babylon, 2, La Traviata, 3, Phantom of the Megaplex, or 4, The Tragedy of Darth Plagueis the Wise?
It's B.
It is La Traviata.
That was the only opera on there, isn't it?
No,
That's
they're all famous operas.
Uh-huh.
Yeah,
That's
sure.
1 point for Gina. Good luck, Eric. It's your turn.
All right, Eric.
Oh, man.
All right.
Yes.
No, that one's too hard for you, Eric. I'm going to pick a different one. It was originally
It's so
planned.
very easy. You know, I've never even seen this movie.
Well, see,
How
now,
is that possible?
I never have
I
either.
haven't either.
I would bet I would bet most of America has not seen it.
Back to the opera scene. Eric, it was originally planned that the opera scene would be shot in San Francisco. Why was shooting relocated to the History Museum by USC? Is it 1, there was a marathon happening the same day? 2, a huge parade honoring San Francisco morning radio legend Alex Bennett?
Oh. I used to work for Alex.
Did you?
Possible. 3, because of an earthquake. Or 4, the entire city was closed for cleanup after a kaiju attack.
Ooh, D sounds nice and very realistic.
Yes.
But I'll say C, earthquake.
Earthquake is correct.
Good guess, Eric.
Yes.
It's 1-1.
All right, let's see. Let's get you. Here's one,
Okay.
Gina. When Vivian calls Kit to tell her that Edward has hired her for the week, Kit is shown curled up in bed with what? Is it 1, a Pedro Pascal life-size body pillow? 2, a chimichanga? 3, a Pomeranian in an Xmas sweater? Or 4, a Winnie the Pooh stuffed animal?
Winnie the Pooh stuffed animal.
Oh, this is 2.
2-1. Eric, you could perhaps tie it up here.
Eric, if you can tie it up, I've got a hard one for Gina.
You can do it, Eric.
All right,
Come
Eric,
on.
tie it up here. For the movie poster, famous movie
Yes.
poster, of course, that's not Julia Roberts' body.
No.
Her body, her head was superimposed onto whose body? Is it 1, B. Arthur, 2, Sandra Bullock, 3, Shelley Michelle, or 4, Marjorie Jacqueline Bouvier?
Oh. Let's see. I was trying to study up for this before, but I don't remember that. But I didn't recognize the name when I saw it, so I think the third one again.
Shelley Michelle.
Oh, right. Eric, you tied the game.
Correct. All right.
I think Eric's a ringer.
I think so. All right. Gina.
Yes.
Instead of Richard Gere and Julia Roberts, Disney executives originally wanted who for the lead roles? Was it 1, Carol O'Connor and Gene Stapleton? 2, Beyonce and Jay-Z? 3, Sean Connery and Meg Ryan? Or 4, Zac Efron and Vanessa Hudgens?
I've never heard this before, but it's got to be 3.
It is. Sean Connery.
And Gina wins the game. Sorry, Eric.
Damn it,
That's
Eric,
terrible.
sorry.
I
know.
But you get the hamburger after you donate
I don't.
blood.
Well, and if you,
True.
Eric, if you promise me you will watch Pretty Woman
Oh.
before The Cure comes to town on June 4th.
Wow.
If you can promise me that, that's a good thing to do while you're donating. You can watch a movie while you're donating. Watch
Okay.
Pretty Woman, and I will go ahead and give you the tickets to see The Cure.
All right. Hang on the line. Eric.
Thank you. Thank you. My daughter and I were, Ticketmaster said we weren't verified fans, so we weren't able to purchase tickets, so I really appreciate it.
I think you're a verified fan. We verified.
I think you are, too.
All right. Hang on.
That's it. I've got to go wash up.
All right. Thanks. Big Boy News and Opinioendo Now, brought to you by...
Celebrate the 50th anniversary of Pink Floyd's best-selling album, The Dark Side of the Moon, at Clark Planetarium, now playing in the Hanson Dome Theater every Friday and Saturday night. Visit clarkplanetarium.org for tickets.
Well, we mentioned this yesterday, but geez, Dick Van Dyke, 97 years old, driving his Lexus in Malibu, 97, behind the wheel, wet roads. Apparently the car skidded. He lost control, and it smashed into a gate. Dick was left with a bloody nose and a bloody mouth and a concussion. According to the outlet, police arrived at the scene to find the Mary Poppins star behind the wheel of his car, where he was treated by paramedics. However, he reportedly said, no, I don't need the hospital. And a friend picked him up and took him home. Officer said drugs and alcohol were definitely not involved.
He's 97.
And
it's time to take the keys away.
I think maybe it is.
And he has a much younger wife who could drive him anywhere he wants to go.
Yeah, his wife is the woman who was the mother on, Kevin, the growing up. What was it called?
Wonder Years?
Wonder Years.
Oh,
yeah,
that's his wife?
Yeah.
Really?
Uh-huh. I forget the actress's name.
Look
Pretty
it up.
sure.
Allie?
Yeah, Allie something. I think it is. Pretty
I don't
sure.
think so.
Oh, wait, no. She was married to Orson Bean. I'm sorry. Another old person. But his young wife, I believe, is an actress.
Oh,
all right. That we would know. Tragedy.
Her name's Arlene Silver.
Oh, guess that's not who I was thinking of.
And she's way younger than him.
Well, everybody is way younger than Dick Van Dyke.
She's younger than me.
Oh,
well,
wow.
there you go.
She's 51.
Wow.
Wayne Swinney has passed. One of Saliva, the band Saliva's founding members. Saliva, a big-ass show artist, as I recall. He died at the age of 59 rather, after suffering from a brain hemorrhage. It's great sadness that we report the passing of our brother Wayne Swinney, the rock band posted. I remember liking their song, is it Click, Click, Boom? Didn't they do that?
Yes, it is.
Love that song. Oh, now see, we won't be able to play the...
Well, I mean, if we're...
Yeah. That's it. Click, click, boom.
Hey, you'll have to edit this out. I'm sorry. You know what? Maybe we ought to play this later. I wonder if we
Yeah,
have
let's do it. I like that song.
Let's see what we can do.
Let's see. So, Salt Lake City Police Department, Pioneer Park Patrol, planned and coordinated efforts started at 8 a.m. Yesterday, and they arrested 6 people in the North Temple corridor. They were arrested. They just sort of did a sweep of Pioneer Park. They arrested someone for false information of an actual person and possession of a controlled substance. Another person whose last name is Allred for multiple active warrants. Somebody whose last name is Brickhouse for multiple active warrants. And they found a bunch of people who had warrants out for their arrest hanging around Pioneer Park, and they made 6 arrests. Is Utah, particularly the Wasatch Front, inching closer to major flooding due to heavy snowfall? Possibly.
Mm-hmm.
Snow water equivalent, or SWE, measures the water content that will flow in the spring runoff. Right now it appears that Utah has the potential to set an overall water year record. However, there was already a record set this winter. From December 21st to March 21st, there was an 18.7-inch rise of snow water equivalent gained from solstice to equinox.
If I've learned anything from Spencer Cox, we can pray away this flooding. You
Yeah,
can
the
just
power of
stop
prayer.
it from happening.
The
yes.
power of prayer brought the water.
Exactly.
So just pray it
So
away.
just pray. We don't need to sandbag or nothing. Just everybody just start praying hard. Spencer Cox has got this.
Let's see. A Trump lawyer in Mar-a-Lago, a federal appeals court said that this attorney has to hand over documents relating to the case.
They got rid of attorney-client privilege.
Yep. They said you lied to us, so you've got to turn over all of the information that you were claiming was guarded by attorney-client privilege. The ruling by the U.S. Court of Appeals for the District of Columbia was a victory for the special counsel overseeing the investigation into the stolen documents, the classified documents. A 5,000-mile, we've mentioned this, a 5,000-mile belt of seaweed lurking in the Atlantic Ocean is expected to, in the next few months, wash onto beaches in the Caribbean Sea, South Florida, and the Yucatan Peninsula in Mexico. The Great Atlantic Sargassum Belt is a biomass stretching from West Africa to the Gulf of Mexico and contains scattered patches of seaweed on the open sea rather than one continuous blob of sargassum. It's not a new occurrence, but satellite images captured February showed an earlier start than usual for such a large accumulation in the open ocean. Once it washes ashore, sargassum is just a dreadful nuisance.
Yeah.
It is thick, brown algae that carpets beautiful beaches, and it releases, it says here, a pungent smell. It stinks. It stinks as it decays, and often humans and people get entangled in it when they are on the beach. For hotels and resorts, clearing the stuff off the beaches can amount to a round-the-clock operation. Sargassum, ugh. I've seen some of it, little bits of it before, and it's just awful stuff.
It stinks.
Yes. General Motors is going to stop making the Camaro. I didn't know they still did make it.
Oh, yeah.
But a successor may be in the works. But this is sort of a move that they're making because GM has said that they will produce in the next few years nothing but electric cars.
You can have a bitchin' electric Camaro.
Bitchin' electric Camaro.
Sure, why not?
Do that.
And finally this, one of Utah's most acclaimed restaurants and one of the most remote is gearing up for the new season by hiring a new executive chef.
Oh?
I guess this is good news because last we heard Hell's Backbone and Grill, or Hell's Backbone Grill and Farm, they were actually considering closing up.
Yes.
Well, the pandemic was particularly hard on them.
The nationally recognized farm-to-table restaurant in Boulder, Utah, and I've been there several times, it's great, is in the Grand Staircase Escalante National Monument. They announced Tuesday they have hired Tamara Stanger as their executive chef. She's the first executive chef in the restaurant's history, aside from its founders. So the two co-owners have always been the people who cook the food, the chefs.
Okay.
Jen Castle and Blake Spaulding. They will remain as chefs de cuisine. Stanger is a Utah native, comes to Hell's Backbone. This is kind of fascinating. She had been working at Heber City's The Lake House at Deer Creek, which is a very exclusive place. And she is from a ghost town.
Huh?
She grew up in Mammoth, Utah, a ghost town in Juab County.
How can you be from a ghost town?
There are still some little, mostly a ghost town, but still some, people still live in Corinne. There's kind of a ghost town there. There are still a few buildings around. And she grew up in Mammoth, the ghost town in Juab County. And then she left Utah, and she hosted the first James Beard Foundation Taste America dinner in Utah. And then she established herself in Arizona as an executive chef, and now she's coming back to Utah, and she says she's very excited to be helping at Hell's Backbone Grill. And if you ever get a chance to go there, do. It's certainly worth the travel. All right, that's it.
This town is like living in a ghost town.
Living in a ghost town.
Sports weather traffic.
So Utah Valley University is in the knit. Bill's favorite basketball.
It's the original.
tournament.
Before they did this NCAA tournament, it was the original basketball.
It's fun to say knit.
And they won last night which means they go on in the knit. They beat Cincinnati 74-68. You've got Sweet 16 NCAA action today. Michigan State and Kansas State, Arkansas and UConn, Florida Atlantic and Tennessee and Gonzaga, and UCLA. Jazz lost last night to the Portland Trail Blazers, 127-115. That's your sports. Weather, that atmospheric river. Bill was talking about flooding and all that. It's still coming. 40 to 60% chance of rain/snow today, depending on where you are. High of 46, which means down here in the valley, mostly rain. But upper elevations could see snow and have seen it this morning. 90% chance of showers Friday, Saturday. Slightly less chance Saturday night into Sunday. And things get colder. We go back down into the 30s for daytime highs and overnight lows in the 20s. Traffic. There's a multi-vehicle crash, I-15 southbound near 6 South exit in downtown Salt Lake. All vehicles are on the right shoulder. Crash in Provo Canyon near the turnoff to Vivian Park. It's Vivian, incidentally, is Julia Roberts' name in Pretty Woman. That's
her
just a
last
little
name.
side
Park?
note. No, Ward. It's Vivian Ward, Bill. Please.
That's also the name that you use when you
check into a hotel and I
Check
want to
into a
be
hotel.
anonymous. That's traffic.
All right. Thank you very much. We will take a break. We will be back. Don't forget, Frank Christ Presents is coming up just after 9 o'clock. Our Dead Celebrity Game. Stand by for that. BigOTires.com.
The team you trust, your locally owned and operated Big O Tire store. And right now, till the end of March, so time's a-wasting, you can buy 3, get 1 free tires on Sumitomo, ASPO3, and Cooper tires. But if you don't want those, Big O has the lowest price on every tire every day.
They got them all. Goodyear, Michelin, Cooper, Pirellis, all of those. And the Big O brand.
Yep, that's what I use on my car. And Big O knows that tires can be an unexpected expense. So that's why they offer credit-needed financing. No matter what your budget, no matter what your situation, they got the financing tailored for you. And another great feature that they've started doing over the last little while is you can make an appointment online.
BigOTires.com?
Yeah, just find your local store. There's a mechanism there on BigOTires.com to do that, and it'll tell you what times are available, and you sign up. It's great. So go to BigOTires.com. They're the team you trust.
Listen.
Hello, kiddies. It's me, your old friend, the bookkeeper. I'm here to help you with your taxes. Today, we're going to hear a tale from the old ledger which should simplify on how to fill out those pesky forms. Pay close attention now, so you won't have to pay even more later.
You can come on in now, Mr. Irvine.
Thank you. You can call me Lemar.
Lemar. Okay. My secretary said you had some questions concerning your tax forms.
Well, yeah. There ain't enough places on this here 1040A. I was wondering if there was a special form or maybe a separate schedule I should fill out.
Enough places for what?
My wives.
Oh, you should only list your current wife on your tax forms. Your ex-wife will have to file separately.
Ex-wife? I ain't never been divorced.
You have more than one wife.
That's what I'm trying to tell you. There ain't no place on this here farm to list all my wives. Not to mention the fact they don't leave you enough places to list your children either.
How many wives do you have?
6. But the 2 youngest haven't turned 18 yet, so I figure I'll list them as dependents.
Oh my. You're going to just have to list your first wife on your 1040, and then we'll file separate forms with the other ones, listing them as single head of household.
Well, now wait one darn minute there, Sonny. No woman of mine is going to claim to be the head of my household. I won't stand for it.
Now, it's only a classification. They won't really be heads of households. I mean, think of it. 5 women with no income and children to claim. You should get quite the refund, Lamar.
Lemar.
Lemar.
That would be dishonest. I'm a God-fearing man. I couldn't cheat the government like that.
You do know that polygamy is against the law, don't you?
Yeah. Big refund, you say?
Very big.
Where do I sign?
You see, kiddies, everyone can get a refund just so you know which deductions to take. And if you're willing to sit through a very long audit. As for Lamar, prison might be a vacation when you compare it to having 6 wives reminding you to wipe your feet and take out the trash. Well, this is your old friend, the bookkeeper, reminding you that on midnight on April 15th, that is the cutoff.
All right, real quick here. Don't forget our GoFundMe for the robot kids, as I like to call them.
The Davis High School robotics team.
They are going to Worlds, but it's expensive to go to Worlds, and the school doesn't pay for it. So they need your help.
The World Championships in Dallas, Texas. There are over 800 teams represented, and they are among them. And they're really nice kids, and so.
And lots of friends of the program have donated already. Thank you for that, but they're very short of their goals still.
Do we know how the GoFundMe is doing so far?
We've got about $2,500 in
we
there.
need to bump that.
We need to
bump
do
that up.
I'm going to tweet a link right now for it.
So-
But just go to GoFundMe and look for Help Davis High Robotics Team Go to Worlds.
Yeah, it'd be good.
And you can do that. There we go.
So I had 2 excursions yesterday.
You were busy.
Yep. I left here and went from here to the Costco. Had to pick up something at the pharmacy at Costco. And first of all, let me say about Costco's parking lot. You people who use the Costco parking lot are asshats.
Yeah.
All of you.
All of them?
You are jerks and turds, and you are not mindful of anyone but yourselves. And it's not only the people in the cars going to park, it's the people with their carts walking through the parking and walking, for instance, in the middle of the lane so that you can't get around them. And you're behind them and you don't want to honk because that would scare them or be rude, but they just walk oblivious down with pushing a cart down the middle of the damn lane. Or you're the person who says, I'm going to get this parking spot. And I can see somebody is loading their car and is going to pull out.
Yeah, you're stalking for a space.
You sit there, and you block. And so I have to sit behind you.
Well, I don't want to lose the spot.
Because there are people with carts coming up on the other side. It's just...
I've been waiting for that spot, and it's mine, and I'm going to sit here till...
Was it you?
No, it wasn't.
Oh, okay.
I'm speaking for that person.
And again, I restrain myself, and I don't honk, and I don't yell, but it's incredibly rude.
What if that was you?
What if what was me?
What if you were the next in line for the spot and you were waiting for somebody to pull out?
I would not do that.
Then you would never park at Costco.
That's not,
How did
that's
you
not
park?
true. That's not true. There are plenty of parking spaces if you are willing to walk for a second. There are plenty of parking spaces. The lot is so enormous. It's never full.
Mm-hmm,
Everybody wants to park as close to the door as possible. That's what happens. I would never sit there and wait for somebody to load their damn car and pull out to get the parking spot. That's awfully rude. So anyway, I go into the Costco,
Mm-hmm.
and I don't have a card or anything because I'm just going to the pharmacy. But this really surprised me. I'm walking along, and then somebody to the left of me and behind me goes, "Hey, Bill, how's it going?" And I think to myself, I'm wearing a mask.
Mm-hmm.
Apparently,
Don't you know who you are?
Apparently, they can only see me from sort of behind.
You're recognizable from behind.
Am I? But it just really surprised me. And you know who it was?
Who?
It was Dustin Williams, the Hatter.
Oh. The official Hatter of the radio.
Yeah,
from
I
Hell
need to
show?
go and see him. I need a couple of hats cleaned and
Hi.
blocked.
I said, I looked to my left and went, "Oh, hey, Dustin, how you doing?" And he said, "I'm doing great." And he was with some other people, and they're all wearing the orange vests. So Dustin has another job, and he said it, and I didn't quite catch what it was, but he's working with some kind of a crew, construction or something like that.
Hats aren't a full-time gig.
No. But
I better take him some business.
Yeah.
And he said, "No, we're working on, and my hearing isn't the great. We're working on having this crew, but we come in here every day for lunch. Take a break and come in for lunch. So they're working somewhere nearby, and maybe he's working out on the road doing all that Third West,
never-ending Third West
I bet that's what it is because
endless.
It was those kind of orange vests.
I
Yeah.
try to avoid that
I do
area at all costs.
Yeah. As a matter of fact, yesterday I pulled out of the Costco parking lot, turned left on 3rd West, intending to get to 17th South and then go up.
Mhm.
But as I look, there's this huge line of
Yep.
cars, and the light at 17th South is blinking. It's not functioning right.
Oh, jeez.
And so what did I do? A U-turn and went to 21st South
Yeah.
and got out of there.
I
But
feel like that construction has been going on for 10 years.
But what was funny about Dustin is that, so he's wearing this orange vest, and he's with these two or three other guys wearing orange vests, and Dustin has on a really cool hat.
Of course.
Of course.
Like,
Dustin made my hat for when we went to the Breeders' Cup, and I
Mhm.
love that hat.
Yeah. Mhm.
I need to find other reasons to wear it.
You could wear it here. Wear it every day.
Well, I got headphones. Carrie has the special headphones that you can wear.
Go
with
behind the
hat.
head.
Yeah. Behind the head headphones, which you were afraid they weren't going to make those anymore, and I saw you could still buy them somewhere.
I was told that Sony was going to stop making them.
Oh, maybe they weren't Sony. I mean, I just happened to notice them.
So I bought a box of them.
Yeah. Well, that's a good.
I've got headphones for the rest of my life.
Or the rest of your career, certainly.
Yeah, well, certainly.
Yeah,
Career.
easily for the rest of your
certainly
career.
for here.
Yes.
But
anyway, it was nice to see Dustin, and that's basically the story. The rudeness of Costco. Oh my God!
Somebody says it's set to be completed June 2023. So that's
So
not
this
so
June.
bad. That's not so bad.
You can tell they're getting close. Parts of Third West, I think, down further north are pretty much done.
I feel bad for businesses along. I feel
Yeah.
bad for businesses on 9th South because 9th South has been torn up.
Has it? I
for
don't go up there.
Forever.
I don't go on 9th South.
let's
Second South. I don't use Second South anymore. That's how I used to come to work, is on Second South. I don't use it at all anymore because it's been all torn up with whatever sewer. And we should have asked Mayor Mendenhall. Mayor Mendenhall, will you stop planting trees and go out with some pothole filler and fill potholes around town?
they did on my street. I was really pleased.
There's so many. It it takes them forever.
So now when I drive past the pothole, I get the gravel sticking to my tires, and you get that sound.
I've gotten used to where the potholes are on First South, so I
You know where to dodge them?
I can avoid them in the dark even. I know where they are now.
Matthew in the chat room, who is out of state.
Mm-hmm.
Costco Pinot Gris is only $4.99 a bottle, and it's not bad.
$4.99.
We have the biggest Costco in the United States.
And we don't have liquor in it.
On 3rd West, and there is no liquor.
Because bad things would happen.
Yeah.
We can't let...
I don't know what they are, but bad
You
things
know what
would
they
happen.
are.
And I've said it before. I heard the statistic that Costco sells more liquor than any other
I'm sure.
purveyor in the country.
Absolutely true. Traffic, Gina.
So potholes, they might be an issue for you. They have been for lots of folks. I don't have any reports of potholes right now, other than Bill reporting his potholes. Spanish Fork Canyon seeing snow. It's making roads very wet, slowing down traffic on US 6. There's a crash in Provo Canyon near the turnoff to Vivian Park. Multi-vehicle crash I-15 southbound at the 6 South exit. And let me check the message stream, see if anybody sent in any pothole alerts there. No, but I have signal problems both directions. I-15, this is in Clearfield, 650 north, milepost 335 in Clearfield.
All right. Thank you very much. Frank Christ presents They're Fine, They're Just Fine. You can call and line up now to play. We give you a list of 4 celebrities. 3 of them are just fine. One of them is no longer with us. And you have to pick the dead celebrity. If you pick correctly, you will win
tickets to Three Doors Down, who are coming with Candlebox.
There you go. 877-602-9696. Line up now if you want to play Frank Christ Presents They're Fine, They're Just Fine. All right, Michael from Feastbox is on the
It's another kind of box, Feastbox. Hi, Michael.
Yes. Hi, Mike.
Good morning. One more time.
One more time, talking about the food you can get from Feastbox. Now, this is food you can have catered just for your own little family or for an office or a party. Let's talk about the food a little bit, Michael. What are your favorite things they have?
Oh, man. If you're into a savory bite with some amazing sweet sauces and just kind of that flavor explosion, then you're definitely going to find that with Feastbox. And you're right, Gina. And a call ago or two, you let me know that we have an amazing catering deal going on.
Yeah, it's $100 off your first. Yeah, there you go.
He wrote it down this time.
He knows now. $100 off your first catering. And then, of course, we've got our DoorDash and our Uber Eat deal. Go find us on DoorDash and Uber Eat. Get your lunch today. We're doing 10 free wings with every entree that's delivered through those right now.
And all of that you can find out more about if you just go to feastbox.com. Your next catering event, have it Feastbox. Your next meal just with your family, feastbox.com.
I drive to work and I come the same route almost every day. And so I'm coming down first south, 100 South in Salt Lake, and I get to State Street where Harmon's is there, and I'm heading west. And usually have to stop at a light at State Street, and then it turns green, and you continue down, and you start passing the mall, the gate, the City Creek. And there's a mid-block traffic light there for pedestrians. There are never any pedestrians that time of the morning, and sometimes that light will turn red, and you have to sit there mid-block and wait for the light to change. And then there's another light at Main Street. So stuck at State Street in First South, stuck mid-block, stuck Main Street. It's very irritating. That mid-block light is just a pain in the ass. Now I understand that it's necessary for when there are people in traffic. Actually, there's some car traffic. You can go drive on Regent Street now, so you can drive. It's where Regent Street is and crosses. So, but there's never any cars there. They just need to do that. At 5:30 in the morning. It's ridiculous to be stuck there. But I got smart. I figured something out.
You ran the red light.
There's a No, I never do that because God knows I'll get caught. There's somebody watching, I know. There's the tunnel that from so State Street. There's an entrance to the underground parking garage into the City Creek.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm talking about. So so instead of going to that mid-block light or going on down to Main Street, you can go down into the parking. And I figured out
underneath?
Listen, I figured out one time, a long time ago, that parking tunnel, it just goes down, and you don't have to go into the parking.
Mm-hmm.
You can just go up the ramp, and you're right there at Main Street.
Mm-hmm.
I would thought, God, I am so clever. And so I do that routinely. I would do that
All right.
routinely. Down into the tunnel and up on the Main Street.
Mm-hmm.
Now, don't ever have to worry about that stupid mid-block light. Until a couple of months ago, I started to go down into the tunnel, and I went, wait a minute, and stopped, because I looked down in there, and there was a gate up. And I thought, crap. And so I don't. And
They're
then
on to you.
Well, I don't know. And I've done this for a year. I don't know why they started putting up the gate. Then the next day, there was no gate, and so I went and I looked. One time I got down into the tunnel, and and I didn't see the gate until I was down in the depths of it.
Mm-hmm.
So there's a gate there, and I think, oh God, what do I do now? I've got to figure out how to get back out there because there's a gate. And then as I started to move, I pulled up close, and it opened, apparently activated by my car. And I went, oh, okay. So I can still, if there's a gate there, some mornings, I can still go down there because if I get close to it, it'll open automatically because my car will open it. So great. And so today, went down there. There was the gate. I went, no problem. That'll open automatically.
Mm-hmm.
Went down.
Nope.
Didn't open. So I'm down at the bottom of the tunnel, and everything's gated.
Mm.
I just sent Carrie, and I just tweeted. I did an ad for City Creek several years ago.
And you want to know how I got out of this, or should you do this part first?
How'd you get out of it?
I had to back out back up slowly all the way back up that ramp onto First South, and then
not a time saver at all.
And then I got caught at the red light at the mid-block.
If you want to see the ramp that Bill's talking about, and me driving it and showing you how to park at City Creek, I did an ad for them.
So I just don't know why they have.
First, people talk about it being difficult coming downtown. Where do I go? Where do I park when I get there? I'm Gina Barbarian, downtown Salt Lake, and I'm here to show you it's easy to park at City Creek Center. Come on.
Look at her go.
There's many ways you can enter City Creek Center, but this is my favorite. There's two on First South, but this is kind of a hidden treasure. It's right in the middle of the block.
A hidden
so you might
treasure?
not think to go in this way, but you should. There are 6 street entrances to City Creek Center's parking garage. State Street, First South.
Well, maybe I'll try some of the others.
I give you lots of
What I don't understand is why they started with the gate all of a sudden.
There's a bunch of them there.
Oh, it's just steps from your favorite
street. I couldn't tell you.
I'm gonna see if I can get a hold of City Creek management and say, could you just make sure that?
I mean, they've got cameras. Surely they see you.
Now
maybe they went, this guy, he's doing this all the time. Maybe we need to fix this.
So what? It's not hurting anything.
It's their prerogative, whether it's hurting something or not.
It's not. Listen, I'm telling you, my tax money, my tithing went to some of that.
You're tithing. When was the last time you tithed?
But tax money went to a lot of that too.
Oh, sure. Tax money goes to a lot of things that you aren't allowed to enjoy.
Maybe this morning. So there are 3 gates down there, or 4 actually. I noticed. So the one to go into the parking has never been down, but that one was down today, and the one that just blocks off the tunnel, and then there's one that blocks off people coming out on the other side and going up. So there are 4 gates, and they were all down today for some reason. Maybe I wasn't patient enough. Maybe I could have figured out how to get that gate to open. But I mean, edged up to it, but it didn't open. So, if anybody works for City Creek and would like to help me with this dilemma, because I really hate that mid-block light, and plus it's fun to just go whoosh, whoosh, down, up, and be
Bill
on
likes
Main
to
Street.
whoosh.
It's the little pleasures at 5:30 in the morning as I am half asleep coming here to entertain you. I was so nervous to talk about it, Robin. I mean, they're so secretive, those two.
Oh, I know, Howard.
The only reason I knew was because I'd been asked to. They asked me to make a speech.
They did what?
Yeah,
Howard?
they asked me to make a speech, Robin.
Oh.
Evidently, I'm in demand. I mean, I'm very friendly with Justin, you know. I mean, I like him very much. I like him.
Well, I knew that you had his phone number.
Well, I really like him. I even said in my speech to them that if one of my daughters brought home a guy like Justin, I'd be pretty pleased. I mean, except for the SE tattoos. He's got some hugging weird ones, but except for the fact that I gave him a journal to draw in, and he draws pictures of dead zombie babies with blood dripping out of their head on almost every page. I said those two things might disturb me, but aside from that, Robin.
You said all these things at the wedding?
No, I didn't say those in the speech. I was miserable at having to speak at the couple's reception.
But you should have been honored, Howard.
Well, I was just worried about it, but I had everybody laughing. Everybody was laughing. They had these little tiny chairs. There was a table, and then when you sit down, and the chairs are like these little poofs. These little pillow poofs.
Oh, I love those kind of chairs.
Yeah, I know you do, Robin. That's because you got a big ass.
Oh, Howard.
But I love your ass, Robin. It's a big wide ass, and I know you like those.
Let's get back to the wedding now,
All right,
Howard,
all
not
right.
my ass.
Well, I'm 6 foot hugging feet. I'm a grown man with a skinny ass, Robin. I got a skinny ass, not a big wide ass like your ass.
Back to the wedding.
All right.
Did you at least toast the cup? Oh, this is going.
I love the Howard Stern show, by the way. Frank!
That's
You took him. You took him.
On this day,
I didn't.
Wayne Sweeney, one of Saliva's founding members, died at the age of 59. Frank does not kill these people,
I
Gina.
know.
I get orders from the home office.
And he feels horrible about it.
I didn't want to, but it was click, click, boop is what I did. Click, click, boop! Booped him on the nose.
That's a great song.
Yeah.
I don't know if you know this, Frank, but
Yes.
Saliva was one of our early big ass shows.
Oh, yes.
X96 big ass
Oh,
shows.
yes. I always hover around the big concerts.
Well, that's a good idea.
Just in case.
Something could happen.
Frank Christ is with us. He is a celebrity Grim Reaper. Frank, I was wondering, do you get any royalties from that cartoon, The Grim Adventures of Billy and Mandy?
Oh, I wish, boy.
That cartoon was very popular on Cartoon
Very,
Network.
very popular. I don't get any royalties from any depiction of me.
How do you feel about the cartoon depiction of you in that?
Well, that
or is
one,
that you?
That one was close, and that's why it upset me the most. It's because I mean, look at that face.
Yes.
And then look at my face.
It's kind of a long face.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Oh, I see.
Well,
I'll tell you the one that I didn't care for was the Bill and Ted.
Oh,
Bill and Ted.
yeah.
Oh, didn't care for that one at all.
How about the one in the Monty Python movie that said it's the salmon moose?
Well, that one really made me look like a badass.
It did. It did. Well, Frank is here to play a game, a macabre game that we call Frank Chris Presents.
They're fine. They're just fine.
Frank has brought a list of celebrities. And we keep the list small, 4 celebrities. And on this list of celebrities, 3 of them are...
No, they're fine. They're just fine.
1, Frank has gone to their death scene and taken them away to the great waiting room in the sky, or whatever it is, wherever they go. Do we have a contestant?
Andrea.
Andrea, good morning. How are you?
Oh, I'm fine. I'm just fine.
Yes, you are.
Yes, I know you are. Andrea, you could win what, Gina? What can Andrea win?
Tickets. This is actually win them before you can buy them. Tickets to Three Doors Down and Candlebox. They're coming to USANA Amphitheater on July 20th. Tickets go on sale Friday, March 24th at livenation.com.
Are you ready to play?
I am ready.
All right. You have to find the one person on this list who Frank has taken away, because the other 3 are, as Frank says,
They're fine.
Just fine, yeah. These are Saturday Night Live hosts from season 1 of Saturday Night Live. Number 1 on the list, Louise Lasser, known for her portrayal of the title character on the soap opera satire Mary Hartman, Mary Hartman. She was married to Woody Allen and appeared in several of Woody Allen's early films.
Really?
Some reports claim that Lasser's erratic behavior as host on Saturday Night Live led to her being the first person ever banned from SNL. According to Lasser, though, she said, "For me to threaten to walk off the show, I would never do that for spite. Banned. That's a horrible thing to have said. It is not true." Number 1 on the list, Louise Lasser. Number 2, Robert Klein. American stand-up comedian, singer, actor, Klein has released 4 comedy albums in his career: A Child of the 50s, Mind Over Matter, New Teeth, and Let's Not Make Love. The first 2 albums received Grammy Award for Best Comedy Album nominations. He performed I Can't Stop My Leg with the Saturday Night Live Band, co-written by Paul Schaefer and Howard Shore when he hosted. Number 2 on the list, Robert Klein. Number 3, host from Saturday Night Live Season 1, Dick Cavett, American television personality, former talk show host. He appeared regularly on nationally broadcast television in the U.S. for 5 decades. Cavett was nominated for at least 10 Emmy Awards. He won 3. Jimmy Cliff was the musical guest when Cavett hosted Saturday Night Live. Number 3, Dick Cavett. And finally, number 4 on the list, Jill Clayburgh. She received the Cannes Film Festival Award for Best Actress and was nominated for the Academy Award for Best Actress for her breakthrough role in Paul Mazursky's An Unmarried Woman. She also received a second consecutive Academy Award nomination for Starting Over, as well as 4 Golden Globe nominations for her film performances. The Saturday Night Live she hosted featured the very first appearance on SNL of Mr. Bill.
Oh, no!
That's right. Number 4 on the list, Jill Clayburgh. So there you go. 4 hosts from a long time ago on Saturday Night Live. Do you know who's no longer with us?
I'm going to go with number 3.
Number 3, Dick Cavett? No, I'm sorry.
He's fine. He's just fine.
Dick is 86, still kicking. I heard him interviewed fairly recently. He's still, he's got all of his wits about him, too. So, no, Dick is still with us. But here, I'll give you another chance. If you get it on this second try...
You'll get those tickets.
Yeah, you'll get the tickets. Here we go. Okay. Is it Louise Lasser, Robert Klein, or Jill Clayburgh?
Ooh, I'm going to go with Jill Clayburgh.
Absolutely right. Jill Clayburgh. You get the ticket. She died in 2010. Pretty early. She was 66.
Was she dancing as fast as she could?
She had chronic lymphatic leukemia for 20 years and dealt with it privately before dying from it at her home in Lakeville, Connecticut. So there you go. You get the tickets, Andrea, and congratulations.
Awesome. Thank you very much.
You're welcome. Hang on the line, and somebody will come on and tell you what you need to do next. Let's see. We check these other people. Robert Klein is 81, still doing stuff. Louise Lasser's still alive. I didn't know that.
That one surprised me.
I didn't know she was married to Woody Allen.
Yeah, very, very early. She was in his first 3 movies, Take the Money and Run.
Huh.
And I can't remember the name of the other 2 offhand. And she is, she runs an acting school in New York.
Really?
She's still working. She's 83, and Dick Cavett 86, and I said Robert Klein, 81. You ever seen him do I Can't Stop My Leg?
Well, it's very funny.
It's hilarious. It's just hilarious.
I bet you could find that on YouTube.
Yes, you could. Frank, what's up with you today?
Well, I'm going to go wish Chaka Khan happy birthday today.
Chaka Khan.
She's 70.
Oh.
And, holding up. Holding up.
She's holding up. Maybe you should check in on Louise Lasser.
Maybe.
She's every woman.
Yeah.
I will. I'll marry Hartman, marry Hartman.
All right.
All right. Goodbye, everybody. Goodbye.
Goodbye, Frank. So long. So long. Louise Lasser, I read a bunch of stuff about her doing this. She is kind of nutty. Was kind of nutty, and there was in Saturday Night Live. She maybe was. She had problems.
Okay.
When she was hosting.
Well, I mean, she was married to Woody Allen. That'll affect anybody.
That's right.
All right. We'll take a break. We'll be back. Big Boy News coming up. Stand by for that. RenaissanceRanch.com.
If you have troubles with drugs or alcohol addiction, Renaissance Ranch is here to help. And, if you have a family member, as I do, I have referred my family member to Renaissance Ranch, and they're terrific. They're very helpful. Renaissance Ranch Addiction Treatment Center. This is a program for male patients specifically. They offer residential and outpatient counseling. It's designed to use evidence-based clinical research with judgment-free, faith-based healing. The hardest part of dealing with addiction is just allowing yourself to reach out for help or allowing a family member to reach out for help for you. Renaissance Ranch is staffed by recovering addicts. They have great empathy for what you're going through. They understand. They know that battling addiction is hard. Schedule a free consultation and read compelling success stories online at renaissanceranch.com. They do accept most private insurance plans.
Thanks a lot for answering our ad. Look, we've got a lot of other people to interview, so we'll just let you know, okay? Loser.
God, what a bunch of no-loads. I mean, we haven't had one single applicant that I'd even consider hiring. Why are they so bad?
I just think it shows you the quality of people who read the paper.
Yeah.
Losers, all of them.
I don't know. Maybe it's the way the ad is worded. How does it read?
I think I wrote it just the way we talked about. Look, here it is.
Okay.
Oh, listen. We need a new stalker. Do you think you have what it takes? If so, apply in person to Kerry and Bill, the Radio from Hell guys, at X96. Previous stalking experience is not required. We will train. X96 is an equal opportunity employer.
That's pretty straightforward. Guess I'm just getting discouraged. I don't think we're ever going to find anybody to replace the old guy.
Well, now, we both agreed that no matter how much we liked him, it would just be stupid of us to wait for him to get out.
Oh, all right.
We're just going to have to keep looking.
Okay. Lori, send in the next applicant, please.
Oh, hello, boys.
Hello, Chunga. Send in the next applicant, will you? We're in a hurry.
No, you don't understand. I am the next applicant.
What? Oh my God, you're serious. You want to stalk us?
We.
You're not impressing us by speaking French.
No, I mean we want to stalk you. All 10 of my personalities, including Tina the lap dancer. Let's look at this logically, boys. I'm already on the payroll. I know your phone numbers and where you live. And I can gut and skin a rabbit in less than 2 minutes. And you guys probably don't know this, but I've seen both of you naked. Lots of times. And, well, I love you.
Hey, that wasn't bad. What do you think, Bill? He's creeping me out.
Well, let's try the phone test.
Okay.
All right, pretend that it's 3 a.m. There's a thunder and lightning storm going on. My phone rings. I pick it up, and it's you, Chunga. What do you say?
Hello, Bill. Want to go to a jazz game?
No! Doesn't work.
No.
Try again. Phone rings. I pick it up. It's you. What do you say, Chunga?
Bill, it's me, Chunga. Want to go over to Cummings and watch them hand-dip chocolates?
Not even scary. Not scary at all. I'm sorry, Chunga. You just don't have what it takes. Look, send in the next one, would you?
Oh, come on, you guys. I know you don't like all the other stalker candidates. They stink. Besides, there's only one guy left in the lobby, and it's Frank Layton wearing one of his wife's old moo-moos, and his face is smeared with red lipstick.
Red lipstick, huh? Well, we'll send him in.
Mr. Layton, the boys will see you now.
Hello, girls!
Watch Deadwood. I need to revisit Deadwood.
I've given you permission to watch Battlestar Galactica.
But don't watch the Deadwood movie. It wasn't
good.
No, it wasn't very good.
All right. Well, let's do some big boy news and Opinioendo, brought to you by
The Stateroom Presents, bringing you live music memories. Check out Thumpasaurus tonight at the Stateroom, or the Louis Cole Big Band also tonight at the Commonwealth Room. Get tickets and the full lineup at thestateroompresents.com.
8 dolphins died after becoming stranded on a beach in New Jersey. According to the Marine Animal Stranding Center, staff and veterinarians responded to a mass stranding event in Sea Isle City on Tuesday. This is New Jersey. They found the pod of dolphins stuck in the sand. The organization said 2 of the dolphins died on the beach shortly after crews arrived. The remaining 6 were reportedly assessed by veterinarians at the scene, and the decision was made to humanely euthanize the dolphins to prevent further suffering, as returning them to the ocean would have only prolonged their inevitable death, said the Marine Animal Stranding Center in a statement. They were transferred to the New Jersey State Lab so they can do necropsies and hopefully find out what caused them to strand themselves or beach themselves. I didn't. You hear of whales doing that, but I didn't have any idea that dolphins did the same thing. Said this was just the latest incident in dolphins becoming stranded in that area. Marine Animal Stranding Center reports that 2 dolphins were stranded in Sandy Hook Bay on March 15th. One of the dolphins died, and its body was pulled back into the ocean. The other was taken to a medical facility for treatment, but did not make it. So it's happening with some regularity for some reason in that area. Life and no parole. That was the sentence for a man who pleaded guilty to murdering 3 people. He's going to prison for life, no possibility of parole. It's a crime that happened in Oklahoma back in 2021. Lawrence Paul Anderson had been charged with 3 counts of first-degree murder and 1 count each of assault and battery with a deadly weapon and maiming. He apparently murdered 3 people, and one of them, he cut her heart out and ate it.
Murder?
Her name was Andrea Blankenship. And authorities said Anderson first killed Blankenship, cut her heart out, brought it to his aunt and uncle's house, and then they said he cooked the heart with a side of potatoes and then tried to serve it to his aunt and uncle.
How about that?
And then he killed his aunt and uncle.
Because they wouldn't eat it?
I guess, yeah. I cooked this up for you.
I sweated all day.
Side of potatoes, everything. No. Let's see. Well, let's move on to... Here are people who will deserve everything they get. Lindsay Lohan. Jake Paul.
Yes.
Ne-Yo. And rapper Lil Yachty are among the 8 notable names who have been hit with Securities and Exchange Commission charges for violating securities laws in touting cryptocurrencies. The SEC, you want Lindsay Lohan to.
I trust all my
Oh, of
money
course.
decisions to
Yeah.
what Lindsay's up to.
The SEC on Wednesday disclosed that the charges were filed against 8 celebrities in connection with the broader investigation of crypto entrepreneur Justin Sun and 3 of his companies, they marketed crypto asset securities under several brand names like Tronix and BitTorrent. The 8 names were charged with illegally touting TRX and BTT without disclosing that they were compensated for doing so and the amount of their compensation. The list also includes rapper Soulja Boy, Austin Mahone, and Akon, and adult film star Kendra Lust.
I make all my financial decisions
You
based
bet.
on Kendra Lust.
Yeah, or
recommendation.
or rappers.
And the word disgorgement is here. I don't know why.
Disgorgement?
Disgorgement.
Oh, disgorgement.
Yeah, it says they've reached settlements.
There's medication for that now, I think.
Soulja Boy and Mahone have reached settlements with the SEC that involve more than $400,000 in disgorgement. That's odd. Anyway, so there you go. And Aaron Sorkin, he's fine. He's just fine. He suffered a stroke, apparently. The 61-year-old writer, West Wing, Social Network, confirmed in a new interview that he had had a stroke back in November, which is he's only opening up about now for the first time. During an interview with the New York Times, Sorkin said the stroke occurred during the writing process for Camelot, and his first, which is his first Broadway musical adaptation. There was a minute when I was concerned that I was never going to be able to write again, and I was concerned in the short term that I wasn't going to be able to continue writing Camelot. Let me make this very clear. I'm fine. I'm just fine. I wouldn't want anyone to think I can't work. I am fine. I'm just fine, he said. He went on to explain the reason for the stroke was the result of high blood pressure. His doctor said, "You're supposed to be dead, but you're not, so please keep your blood pressure under control." He says he still can't taste food. And I don't know about his wine tasting.
Is that a COVID thing with his not tasting food?
Oh, maybe.
It said it has to do with the stroke.
With the stroke?
Yeah, has to do with the
I
stroke.
have not heard of that.
Perry Farrell,
Yes.
Jane's Addiction,
Lollapalooza.
has been, he invented that.
They're doing it again.
Yeah. He's been working on new music with Jane's Addiction in recent months and has shared his enthusiasm for the new project in a new interview. Speaking to a Brazilian radio station, Farrell said, "I feel that this new bunch of songs, we don't know how many we're going to actually put out, but I can tell you one thing, it's been one of the most exciting times of my life because these songs are that good. So we're putting something out that I'm listening to and I'm going to. What I mean by that, if it's so good, I know that it's good. I can tell, and I'm going to put it out. But there will be stuff that I can't put out. I don't.
Oh, what?
Yeah.
I don't understand. What
I don't
you're
understand
saying.
Well,
that. either.
Perry's Perry's an unusual character.
Yes, he is.
Is it new or not? Are you
It's new
excited or
stuff.
not?
It's
Say
new.
yes or no.
Yes.
All right.
Yes, I can't tell you that.
Thank you, Perry.
Okay. Only Murders in the Building.
Yes.
After our saying I do to a third season of that Manhattan murder mystery, Only Murders in the Building, Steve Martin, Martin Short, and Selena Gomez seem to be taking the love for the show literally, posting on-set selfies in full wedding attire. Fans are waiting the next installment of the Hulu serial comedy. Got a little tease Tuesday when its stars all posted selfies showing off their fancy wedding clothes. First, Selena Gomez posted pictures on Instagram, beaming in bridal white, complete with dainty gloves and funky white combat boots, and declaring it just a regular day at work, no big deal.
Are there going to be father of the bride
I
jokes
think-
in this?
I don't know.
I bet. 'Cause
Meanwhile-
there's Martin Short and come on now, everybody.
Meanwhile, Steve Martin took to Twitter, showing off an image of himself in a dashing tux, posing with Selena Gomez in her gown, alongside the caption, "Guess what just happened?" And because you cannot have Mabel and Charles without Oliver, Martin also posted a pic of Martin Short, looking quite dapper in what appears to be a black velvet suit, accessorized with silk scarf.
Because that's his character always has scarves. Yeah.
Alongside Selena Gomez. Several social media immediately recalled Father of the Bride like Gina did, the 1991 comedy starring Martin as the nervous dad of a bride-to-be. And in case of art imitating other art, Short also appeared in the film.
Yes.
As the
That's what I'm
manic
saying.
wedding consultant.
Frank. Lovely wadding.
Nobody knows exactly what they're indicating by this, but it does have something. Probably has something to do with the plot of the third season, which when I finally got into, I just ended up liking a lot.
Charming.
Yeah. And a lawyer in the United Kingdom who unsuccessfully sued his employer after a colleague asked him to stop farting in the office.
Would you mind terribly if you...
Please, would you not break wind here? Has been awarded around $170,000 in compensation over his request to work from home being refused.
Ooh.
Tariq Muhammad said in court that he couldn't stop his flatulence, which was caused by medication he was taking for a heart condition. And that could happen. And that the demands for him to stop farting were embarrassing and violated his dignity. But a tribunal ruled that his colleague's request had been made reasonably owing to the size of the office that they shared and the repeated number of flatulence incidents.
Geez. Wow.
England and Wales Crown Prosecution Service accepted that it had been unfair to Muhammad by refusing to let him work remotely 2 days a week or to leave work at 4 p.m. to support his management of his heart condition.
That seems like a reasonable, go fart at home.
Yeah, it would be, it'd be a good thing for everyone.
I would think they would insist that he go home.
The tribunal heard his employer's actions had left him feeling unsupported, vulnerable, angry, and upset. And there you go.
All right.
That's it.
Weather?
Well, gosh, it was raining hard here a minute ago. Looks like it's let up a little bit, but that's where we're at. This atmospheric river's continuing for several days. 60% chance of rain, snow mix throughout the day today. Better chance of snow tomorrow because things are going to cool down. Overnight lows will be in the 20s over the weekend, and only daytime highs in the mid-30s. Today, though, a little warmer than that, 46 for a high.
All right. Thank you very much.
Yeah.
I'm really excited to. I was worried about not being able to get fudge from my usual sources, but apparently I can get
your
fudge
usual
online.
Fudge
well,
source?
you know, I like to go around to holiday boutiques, and buy my Christmas fudge. And,
but since normal fudge tunnels have been closed these years,
that's true. And but apparently I can get my holiday fudge, and I'm hoping Pinoche as well, online. Online fudge, I think, is...
But is it local fudge?
Yes.
Because you want the local fudge. I
think there's a way I can get local fudge online. That's what I'm hoping. But, I like to go around to the holiday boutiques, and I'll buy some thumbprint cookies and, holiday fudge.
Do you like nuts in your fudge? Or are you just straight ahead fudge?
I like corn. I'm sorry.
We're just going to leave you hanging there on that one.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
I don't know. That was terrible. I'm sorry.
Going to let you
There's a body in the street, and we're walking away from it. That's just,
nutty fudge. Nutty fudge is okay. Yeah, just don't overdo it with the nuts and the fudge. But I don't understand fudge.
You've been going on and on about it, and you don't get it?
I don't understand it. It's like you're eating a giant square of frosting.
Yeah.
Right?
It's for people who don't like brownies.
You can't eat a lot of fudge. Fudge is like a
it's like that much.
Side tiny.
It's like a mouthful, and that's all you need.
There's fudge in the Biden White House. Yeah. Let's see. Well, I gotta
you mean
find
there
that.
will be because there's not a Biden White House.
Well,
yet.
in the cabinet.
There's the promise of fudge.
There is fudge in the cabinet, in Biden's cabinet.
There's a director or secretary
Marcia Louise Fudge.
Oh, okay.
She's an American politician. She's in the House of Representatives, but I think she's been asked by Biden to be Agriculture Secretary.
Well, that's perfect. Although
Fudge for
isn't
agriculture.
something you farm.
Well,
No.
in my case, it is.
Well, no, it's mined, isn't it? So,
Yeah, got a fudge mine.
mining for fudge.
You drill for it sometimes.
In the fudge caves.
And you can either drill for it or mine for it.
Oh, there's a cave. There's caves.
There are fudge caves, yeah.
Yes.
Those are very, very rare, but that's natural fudge. It's hard
That's the best kind.
hard to
Are we
find.
done yet with this?
Well, and they have the special containers called fudgeware that they pack it in, and that's all I'm saying.
Now,
about that.
now we're walking away from the body that you are in the
Yep.
street.
I'm out.
I make one corn comment.
I'm out.
Mine was a little bit more subtle. All right.
Yeah, sure was.
It was.
All
right. Kind of a lost opportunity, I think.
What?
What's that?
There was talk for a bit about a live-action Krusty the Clown show
with Hank Azaria.
With it's not Hank Azaria. It's
Castellaneta?
yeah.
Oh, it's Castellaneta
Dan
that does the
Castellaneta.
voice, yeah.
They were talking about doing a live-action.
Like a kid's show.
Like a kid's show. I think it's kind of a missed opportunity.
That'd be good.
Frankly, but there you go.
So I came across this. I want to know what you guys think about it.
What's that?
Okay.
A father has come under fire for lying to his family and booking a hotel room for himself every few months and saying he's, quote, on a business trip. Now, you are never going to guess what he's doing every few months in a hotel room.
Well, if we're never going to guess, why don't you tell us?
It's not having an affair, which is probably what
You would think,
Yeah.
The man who's been with his wife for 12 years could not keep the secret any longer. This is something that popped up on Reddit.
Okay.
He confessed that his daughter, who's 4 years old,
Okay.
has a peanut allergy that has, quote, ruined his life
Oh, this is nonsense.
because he loves
Nonsense.
nuts, particularly.
So he goes and hides out to eat nuts.
So he books a hotel room
Oh, bull.
Love it.
for a night or two and tells his family he's going on a business trip and gorges on peanuts
I don't
and
believe this.
Reese's and Snickers.
I don't believe this for a second.
Liar!
He's a right way from home enough that he goes to work or whatever. Have a candy bar on the way to work. Have a bag of peanuts on the way to work. You don't have to.
If somebody has a deadly peanut allergy, you can't do any. See, he said so much so he goes away for a couple days and eats whatever he wants. And then before he comes home, he brushes his teeth several times, puts the clothes I'm wearing in a bag.
Oh.
Pull out fresh clothes that I've kept sealed in a plastic bag. The clothes I was wearing go straight home in the washer with bleach.
I don't believe many aspects of this story. The other aspect I don't believe is if that is absolutely true, it would have been. He could have easily said to his wife, "You know what? I love peanuts and stuff so much, and I just don't want to. I'm gonna go. I'm gonna check into a hotel every once in a while and eat."
Don't you
nuts.
think your wife would say, that's crazy?
No.
You're going to spend the money to go stay in a hotel
No.
to eat peanuts
No,
every couple
I don't
of
think
months?
so. I think my wife would say, "Well, if you really need to
really
do
need
that,
to do that.
okay."
Or he's saying that it's the nut allergy.
Yeah.
But it
and
is
he's
an
really
affair.
having an affair.
It's one of the two. I mean,
Liar!
as a matter of fact, I think he's having an affair.
You think he's having an affair? And
Yeah.
lying about.
He's using the
Yeah.
peanut
Yeah.
allergy as an excuse.
I mean, his daughter is a pawn into his immoral behavior.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I love Reese's peanut butter cups, but if one of my kids was allergic to them,
You would check yourself into a hotel and eat Reese's
would.
peanut butter cups.
You would.
I wouldn't specifically go for that, but if I had an opportunity to be out of town for a couple of days, I would use that opportunity.
I can tell you, you would have a car dedicated to kids. Don't ride in this car. This is mommy's car.
This is the peanut.
I'm going to go eat
This is the
peanut butter cups in the
allergy
car. Yeah.
I don't know enough about the whole peanut allergy thing. Would he be able to have like a Snickers bar at work and come home?
Probably.
There are people that have such a deadly peanut
I guess
allergy
it depends. Yeah.
that even if you're semi-adjacent to it,
I think you could have a Snickers bar at work.
Hmm.
Brush your teeth.
Because as we all know, Snickers packed with peanuts.
That's right.
Yes.
Now you wouldn't want to have a payday, probably, or a pecan or a salted nut roll.
Mm.
Yeah,
it's all about it.
I want one now.
A salted nut roll.
Yes.
What's the difference between a salted nut roll and a payday?
Salted nut roll is a little more rounder. Because I
That's
remember
about
we used to buy them. Dad would bring one home when we were kids, and he'd slice
it up. Yeah.
Slice it up so we could have it.
They're quite good.
Yes.
But that really is the only difference, just the shape.
I think so, because the payday is in like a flat, well, not flat, but a candy bar shape.
Yeah.
Is there chocolate in a payday?
No.
No.
It's just the
It's nougat and
nougat.
I've never
with
had one.
Peanuts.
Salted peanuts.
Oh, check ourselves into a hotel
and have
the three of us. Let's the three of us
Let's
do
just
that.
go eat.
Let's go eat salted nut rolls for a weekend.
But if you were checking yourself into a hotel to eat something secretly, what would it be? I'd get I'd have to check into a hotel next to a movie theater and get movie theater popcorn and
you eat that
and take off all my clothes and just lie there and go.
You know, you can DoorDash Larry H. Miller Megaplex.
Megaplex
Yeah,
popcorn?
gigantic tubs of theater popcorn.
That's kind of fun if you're having a family movie night.
Oh, Payday has caramel.
That's
Is that the
yes, it
difference?
does. Yes, it does.
That's the difference.
And I think maybe salted nut roll is just nougat.
It's just nougat.
Maybe.
I don't know.
That's been
Google
years.
Google what's the difference between a Payday and a salted nut roll, and I'll bet it comes right up.
And let's not talk about cherry-o-lette.
No.
You ever have one of those?
No. What is that? Does that have nuts in it?
I think so. A cherry-o-lette is and it's kind of round, dome-shaped candy bar thing.
Mhm.
And you bite into it, and it's filled with cherry-flavored cream, as I recall. And I think there might be some nuts.
Yep.
And some little bits of cherry, chewy little cherry.
Delicious.
Bits.
Okay, here we go.
All right.
A Payday candy bar has the same sweet, salty thing going on: salty peanuts and peanut butter with golden caramel. The salted nut roll has a nougat center.
Has the nougat center.
Okay. Yeah.
I prefer a salted nut roll then,
You like the nougats.
but I'm not sure where I can get one. Anytime I
they
go
have
look
them,
at the
I
candy bars, I don't see them.
They're not the most common, but I'm sure
I
you
see
can
the
get 'em.
Payday all the time, but I don't see the salted nut roll. Who makes the salted nut roll? Does it say?
Let's see.
Is it like M&M Mars or some big company?
Pearson's candy.
Pearson. See, that's why I don't see it as much.
Yeah, I just looked up cherry-o-lette. Yeah, it has the cherry cream and little bits of chewy cherry inside
But
of it.
no nuts are involved.
I don't think so. I can't.
We're
I'm just looking
we're
at a
talking
picture.
nut-specific candies.
And
here.
again, we really have to apologize for getting so political with this.
I know, right? A Payday is a Baby Ruth without chocolate.
Okay, caramel and nuts. Yeah.
And the cherry-o-lette is also known as Big Cherry, right?
Because
I'm looking at the package and it says Big Cherry on it.
Well, the only ones I'm seeing here are cherry-o-lette. Cherry-o-lette from the Hoffman Candy Company, 1950s when they started.
There's also Chase's Cherry Mash.
I think I want to try. I've never had a salted nut roll, and now that I'm reading and looking at them, I want a salted
Big
nut
Cherry is a different candy
Is that a
bar.
different one?
Yeah, it's different.
Because I've had the big cherry. I don't think I've had the cherry Olette because I recognize that package.
The big cherry is a huge mound of milk chocolate sprinkled with peanuts containing a whole cherry in a rich, creamy center.
Yeah, I've had that one. I thought that's what a cherry Olette was.
No,
but
a
I
cherry
guess it's a
Olette
big
is
cherry.
Different candy bar.
Let's have candy
What's
later
the
today.
oldest candy bar being made?
Are you asking me, or do
Well,
you
I'm
have
just-
it there?
it just popped up. Apparently, the oldest candy bar still being made is Toblerone.
Toblerone.
Created in Switzerland in 1908 by Emil Bowman and Theodore Tobler.
Somebody said if I go to Holiday Oil, they have a Pearson's salted nut roll.
Oh, there you go.
Do you guys have any more of those ass hats? I sure could use one. I'm going to Costco later, so.
What?
I don't know.
All
right.
I don't
You know the ones speaking of Costco. Oh.
Yeah.
What?
You get a big container of that, how do you say it, Ferrero Rocher?
Yeah,
Oh, the
Ferrero
little
The
individually
gold-
wrapped.
Yeah. Oh.
You like
There
those?
you go. You put those in a big bowl and just, with your movie popcorn, and you eat them.
You know what the oldest candy company or the oldest candy bar still being made is?
Toblerone.
No. Well,
Because those
the
are
oldest.
still
I'm sorry,
around.
the oldest candy company.
Oh.
The oldest candy company in America, Ye Old Pepper Candy Company in Salem.
Has it always been Ye Old?
I
Or
think
did they
so.
change it after a while?
I think so. I don't know
Can
what.
you start off being Ye Old something?
Oh, now look what they've done to the salted nut roll. They've flavored them.
What?
You can get a cinnamon churro salted nut roll or a spicy salted nut roll.
I want to try both of those.
And I don't recognize the package, and maybe that's why I'm not seeing the salted nut roll.
I want to try both.
Ye Old Pepper Candy Company makes those melt-away peppermint kind of, those white sort of.
And this texter reminds me, I know I'm going to go drive down to Pirate O's and Draper and check out the uncommon candy that they have. They have a big,
Uncommon?
They have a
Different-
big selection of hard to find and uncommon candies.
They have like Zabar and.
Oh, yeah, all that stuff. All right. Okay, we'll crawl towards the exits after these. We know that you don't like missing
I wonder what happens when I discover things like this and how it happens. I was coming into the building today. I get out of my car. It's very close to the door. And I start walking up to the door. And there, right in front of the door, a pair of men's underwear.
Yeah.
Dirty underpants. Dirty underpants lying there on the ground.
They tidy whities?
No.
Boxers?
So kind of boxer briefs, those kind.
Those kind, yeah.
But had seen better days as far as I could tell. And I just at first I'm not going to touch it.
No.
But what's the story there?
Think of what that person must be going through. That
I know we have every once there are people down there who sleep in that area in the breezeway. I haven't been there for a while, but there have been people sleeping there. But did this person stand there and take off their underpants and drop them, or
or were they extra underpants that they dropped as they were walking by?
Fell out of some. It's just like, come on. It is kind of getting a little grimy in Salt Lake here and there, isn't it?
It is.
And I don't know what I particularly can do about it, but
it's the big question. I think everyone would like to know what we can do to help these people, and it's not any one thing. It's a lot of different people experiencing a lot of different problems.
That's why Rocky Anderson says he's running for mayor again, because of all of that stuff going on in downtown.
it's. I think Carrie said when we brought that up, great, Rocky. What are your ideas?
Yeah, what's your idea?
Why, instead of running for mayor, why don't you just
Why don't you
help
just
us
help us?
now? What?
Yeah, you don't need to be mayor to help. Step on up.
And Salt Lake's a different place than it was when he was mayor. And
I get the impression that Mayor Mendenhall is trying to do everything she can.
Yeah.
To address this problem.
She doesn't think Salt Lake should have to shoulder the burden of doing everything.
It's part of the problem
Yeah.
because the homeless people are in Salt Lake, but it becomes everybody's problem because the capital is here, and the people who come from there are a lot of people who come from outside of Salt Lake to work here, and they go, "Oh, it's icky here." Well, then help out.
And Rocky's saying, well, it's simple. If they need mental health, we get them mental help.
Oh,
and
okay.
If they
Nobody
need,
ever thought of that before.
If they need help with addictions, we'll get them help for that. And if not, they'll just go to jail. Well,
jailing them does nothing.
No.
Then they just let them out of jail and they go back out on the street.
And all that stuff costs money, and who's going to pay for it, and where's the programs, and who's going to I don't disagree that we need all of those things, but it's not as simple as just saying, well, if they're on the street and they don't have an addiction and they're not mentally ill and they're just outside, then we'll put them in jail. You can't just put everybody in jail.
And you can't get a job unless you have an address, telephone, all that stuff that costs money.
Well, and these satellite homeless shelters were supposed to solve all the problems, get the homeless people out of the Pioneer Park area, get them out of that area, Rio Grande area, get them out of there, and that should help. And the main reason that they wanted them out of there is because of business.
Is business. Yeah. Yep. That's some prime land right there.
Part of it is, and I don't know how you ever deal with this, some people prefer to live that way.
Mm-hmm.
For whatever reason, that is their preference to not be
not
sheltered.
that many though.
But some people
they don't want to go in.
They don't want to be told what to do or where to go or how.
Or
to
sometimes
live,
they don't want to go into the inside because they feel that they don't have any control.
They can't bring their stuff.
Yeah.
They have pets that they can't. It's so complex.
Well, if now, where was it? Oh, we were when we were in the Gay Pride Parade.
Yes.
And then we were driving back here to the studio, and we stopped at a light down here. I think it was right here on West Temple. Remember, there was a guy with a sign panhandling there, and he was really close to me, and he held up his sign, and I said, "Sorry," and he said, "Oh, hey, Bill Allred, I listen to your show all the time." It's so they're just regular people. So I've been listening to you for years. And I said, "I'm sorry, I don't have any change at all." "Oh, that's okay."
You gave him a piece of candy, I think.
Oh, that's right. I said, "Here, I have some candy." That's right.
A sucker or something.
Yeah, we had some candy. I said, "Here, candy." "Oh, thank you."
Now, your discovery of
underpants
this morning has devolved this show into a deep, dark discussion of sadness, but maybe it's a simple thing. Maybe it's just I trusted a fart. Maybe that's it. Maybe that's all it was.
Like,
Let me bring it back to fart jokes, okay?
This will be fine. This will go.
Yeah.
No.
Yeah. Okay. There we go.
Now, over the left field wall, the real show's about to begin. The Glorious Sunrise. Brought to you by God, the invisible giant you turn to when you're about to die.
There we go.
Yeah.
Back to normal.
That is the biggest surprise in the world is a fart with a lump in it.
That's right. Yeah. Maybe it was just that.
I didn't examine it to see if that was the case.
better than the rest.
I suppose. Bush. 9:56. Wow, just enough time to do the promo and crawl towards the exits.
Excellent.
All right, here we go. Friday's Radio from Hell show features Sean Means reviewing movies, including Dungeons and Dragons.
I am suddenly very interested in this movie.
Is it because Chris Pine is in it? He's dreamy.
Oh, must be the special effects. The monsters look fantastic.
No, I had to stumble on a pic of Reggae Jean Page on a horse. Why did no one tell me about this? Now I care.
If you care, tune into Friday's Radio from Hell show here on X96.
A horse. A beautiful man on a horse.
All right. Why don't you go to your car?
What are you eating?
Check mix.
Get your eating towel and head to the car.
I want Radio from Hell eating towels.
Car towels.
No,
for eating.
small towels would be a good idea because
golf
you
towel.
could say they're a golf towel. You could say they're an eating towel.
Yeah.
You could say they're a drool towel.
Mm-hmm.
Katie's seen Dungeons and Dragons.
Oh, you have?
Says it's quite good.
I'm surprised. That's what I'm hearing that it's good from other sources.
They're pretty proud of it. They're going to do a sneak preview on Sunday, I guess.
How much of it is him on a horse?
Like 30
just
seconds.
a little bit. Just a little bit.
All right. That's
sorry. Okay. I think we got everything.
I'm sure of it.
All right. Fine job as always, Katie. Live long and prosper, bitches.
Don't you know who I am?
There is no such thing as too hot fries.
Marcy is next.